recommend you to subscribe to my Rumble channel. Make a Rumble account if you need to, and subscribe to me on Rumble. My Rumble account is Critical Mass Mike. One word, no spaces. Critical, CRITICAL, Mass, MASS, Mike, okay, MIKA. Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. So if you go to Rumble and you search Critical Mass Mike, if you wouldn't find it in top search results, you could filter, if they have a setting, channels, okay? And you find my channel that way. So there's a lot of things that I've been wanting to talk about on YouTube, and I start getting into them, and I have to go, you know what, I can't go as deep with this as I want to. So you might not know this if you're not a YouTube creator yourself. But YouTube is not a freedom of speech platform. They don't allow free speech, okay? They allow speech that lines up with the mainstream narrative. And if you're a person that's dangerous to the deep state, and they're concerned about you and what you can accomplish with your videos, and you're not like afraid of having the normies think that you're nuts, okay, and Marcus is this. It's like if you're not afraid, you end up getting your videos removed, which I've done by experience. I had videos removed during the pandemic, and I've had ridiculous censorship on YouTube. I've even had videos pulled for bogus reasons, meaning lying and pretending that I'm breaking terms of service and I'm not. So I've even had them pull a live stream. So how it works is YouTube has a list of rules called the Terms of Service, TOS in short, which means like you can't do this, you can't do that. Now, if you're a dangerous person to them and you're not breaking the rules, just like I'm gonna have to dial it back and then hold back here on YouTube and, okay, don't do things that I can't do on YouTube because it's pointless to make videos and have YouTube delete it within 24 hours. Okay, so YouTube is so anti-freedom of speech that here's another thing. 2 videos, Joe Rogan exposed as a shill. See, that's sensitive too. Mike's are making videos exposing system shills. That seems to be a sensitive topic. See, because especially if you make videos about celebrities, you're not some guy that has like 47 subscribers. Someone's like John Doe, who leaves a comment on my account and looked like a system agent harassing me. I go like John Doe exposed. It's like if he's John Doe. But if I watch a Rogan podcast, I can tell he's shilling for the deep state, and I go Joe Rogan exposed. That's a name that's talked about a lot, and it's easier to reach people if you make videos on current events or major figures. So that's something that's been sensitive. Where I had a video, like anything Joe Rogan exposed, they figure out a way to give me a strike for it. So Joe Rogan exposed for flip-flopping on 9/11. That's a video that I made. And I was ranting about Joe Rogan flip-flopping. It was like he sold out. You know what, Joe? Sometimes I get really high and I get paranoid. I start thinking that maybe one day I'm gonna come and sit you down, Joe. We're just gonna open the briefcase and show you something. And they're gonna get you. You got too big of a platform. You know what, Joe? Sometimes I get really high and paranoid. And I think it already happened. That's the closest I could get to like an impression that I can trust right now. But I'm actually relaying a conversation on Rogan's podcast. He might have deleted it. Okay, an episode. But there was an episode, and it remains on one of these clip channels. Okay, somebody clipped it, and that remains on YouTube, where there's a episode of Rogan podcast, the Rogan podcast, Rogan Experience, where he had Narcotrasenol, which is like a hippie, new age, psychedelic astronaut weirdo, okay. And I'm not saying that with y'all, but he's a weirdo, okay? He's a weird guy. Now it's like, he's got the right to be weird if he wants to. Now, Dr. Trussell, with his low T physique and energy, okay, he still had enough balls to be like in a conversation. Now, what Dr. Trussell has to understand, this is not the video that we're going to buy a red man sleeping next to a refrigerator leaking propane or something like this. This is not that era of where it's like, oh, it's just to work on my body. It's not a system shit. The thing where he invites me to my house. This happened before. We just sit and hang out on his couch and talk about pool and smoking DMT or something like this. And maybe the universe was made by reptilians. Okay. What if they see? Okay. It's not that time. This is Joe Rogan. Is in the club now where he gets put on a bus with other system seals. They hide it and they play view. It's like, here's all the people that are the system shields. They get invited to a freaking bus, see Warren, Charles, whoever. Joe Rogan invited to the White House. See, they establish it. They're showing you that he's the establishment on surface level. This is how the elites operate. It's like Joe Rogan's a system shield. We have to play by rule book of exposing ourselves. Okay. That's part of MO, and I made a lot of videos about this. Dealing with foreshadowing of major events like 9/11, because 9/11 was done by the deep state. It was an inside job. It always has been, it always will be. Okay. So it can't stop being that way because it was when it happened. So the deep state planned 9/11 more than a decade before they pulled it off. So it wasn't the Arabs in another country. It was the deep state, the Illuminati, okay, that controlled America from behind the scenes. The Lalelulelo, the Patriots. It's the first little flying monkey cyber stalker's gonna get blocked in the chat. So pathetic. Scared, wicked, beta cowards. There are flying monkeys in the deep state. And I'm a main player character here fighting Tyranny. And it's like you come in here being annoying in the chat. What a pathetic creature. Like in a peanut gallery. I'm out here producing content. And you're in the chat. Just crying. So, anyway, support. Drogon is a deep state shield. Beware my Rumble channel. That's why I'm going to make the Power Punch videos. On YouTube, I can't make videos. Because if I make another video, Drogon exposes the shield on Topic X, I'll get a hate speech strike. Okay? For going like, Drogon's a scumbag. He sold out on hate speech. That this broke the terms of service, hate speech someplace. I'm not joking. I got videos like this. What did I get rant? Drogon is a shield. Just off the top of my head. And it ended up getting a hate speech strike. So Mike started making videos. Joe Rogan exposed format. Joe Rogan exposed for this, that, the other thing. He gets a hate speech strike. See? Because that's dangerous. Because maybe what I'm saying is right. Another video I made was Joe Rogan exposed for shilling for the deep state by promoting psychedelic drug use, which is an Illuminati agenda. And for promoting the alien deception. So the deep state don't want to be Christian. They're okay with you filling the God-shaped hole, the vacuum of meaning inside of your heart. You're designed to have communal fellowship with your Creator. And it's an unaddressed need. And in the absence of the original, so you have human sexuality, human being, which means you have programming, you're designed to procreate, to be fruitful and multiply, to have sex and babies, okay? And if you don't get that need met, which is built into you, in the right way, by finding a woman, getting married to her, she's your wife, and now you have sexy times together, okay? And the lovey-dovey with the birds and the bees and sitting in trees and kissing KIs, you know, stuff. See? Okay, I spent quite a lot of time thinking about these type of things since becoming like a hitting puberty. So to trust me, I'm an expert in this. So experience me. So his support. You have human needs. And human beings were never designed to be estranged from God. Adam and Eve, the first humans, were made in the image of God. And they had fellowship with God. And God had nearness fellowship with them. He walked in the garden in the cool of the day, in the midst of the garden. It was when they sinned, the sinfall, That's when they became estranged from God, because God rejects sinners, which is why you have to believe the gospel and you're born again, as it were. Therefore, then maybe in Christ is a new creature, all things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. So you can't have a relationship with God by being less evil. You have to be a spiritual being. You're spiritually dead as a lost person. So anyway, Adam and Eve were created, the first two humans, by God, and they had fellowship with God. They didn't have a sin nature. God created them without a sin nature, but with free will. And they used the free will to choose to sin. That's the sin fall. Now they are sinners, lost sinners, lacking God's righteousness, the word of God's righteousness. And people born in the line of Adam, for as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall be made alive. Everybody who's alive today share common ancestors. I don't care if you're black, white, Chinese, Mexican, whatever you are. Okay, and the Arabs and the Chicans. Okay, if you even okay, if you're a Chican or an Arab or a Mexican, okay, try to sneak into America, you're sweating a lot, okay, and the sun is in your back, and where the sun hits you, you're sweating more, if you know your biology. So it's like you're running, okay, and sweating, and the camera's filming from behind you, you can see that you're sweating, okay. I don't care if that's what you're doing right now. You're coming from Adam and Eve, okay. So all human beings are born in the light of Adam, being lost sinning sinners. So you're born being an offspring of Adam and Eve, which means you don't become a sinner. You're born a lost sinning sinner, lacking God's righteousness. And there's a certain point in time where human beings meet the age of accountability and are held accountable by God for their sins. So babies, like infants or like real babies, like entry-level humans, like, okay, rookies that are like 6 months and they die in a car accident or in cancer. The baby has a brain tumor, they die in a car accident or cancer. They're not going to hell. They lack God's righteousness, meaning they had to believe the gospel and receive God's righteousness and become a Christian, okay? But since they hadn't met the age where they developed enough to be responsible, they don't have the ability to read a Bible, understand the truth, believe the truth, and become a Christian. God is not unrighteous when he takes vengeance. Anytime God takes vengeance, it's righteous. And God would be unrighteous to take vengeance on babies for not having believed the gospel and thrown in the lake of fire. When they never learned, they couldn't read. People can talk, hey baby, Christ Jesus died for your sins. You just hear kind of like your dog. If you try to talk to German Shepherd, hey dog, okay, 6 + 4 - 3. And it's just hearing your voice, your tone, okay. And it's kind of like the gears are spinning. It's kind of like, what is the guy saying? Okay, it's saying, go for a walk. What is the human trying to get me to do right now? He might be trying to do this because he knows before he stood in front of me, like, hey, talk to him. He's like, oh, until you do, oh, it goes good. He's like, what does the human want me to do? And it's not understanding like the human speech, okay. Like good, like trying to write a book for a dog, okay. Even if someone would write a book for a dog, okay. Like a self-help book for dogs, something like this, and you throw it in front of your dog. Like you're never gonna come home and see it like in a couch, like a lazy boy, and like holding with his paws, with like reading glasses that he found somewhere and let's sit and reading it. Okay, it's just not gonna happen because you can't read. So human beings that are like 6 months old, they can't read. If somebody comes to them like, hey, Christ died for your sins, 6 months old baby, okay. It's like it can't understand what he's saying, it can't read, okay? It can't think, it doesn't have higher order mental processes, okay? Faculties. So God is not gonna go like, oh, like, gotcha, baby, you died 6 months old, didn't know how to read yet, or couldn't think, okay? And you didn't think about mortality, get a Bible, read it, understand what you're reading, then believe it, so you're going to hell because you didn't believe the gospel and you died 6 months old as a baby. Then God will be unrighteous if he took like vengeance on this person's sinfulness in the lake of fire, casting them in the lake of fire. So anyway, that's the point. So we get into the technicalities here. So once a person develops to a certain point, God holds them accountable, meaning you are now able to believe the gospel, and you're not believing the gospel, and you died that way. You died, you could have believed the gospel, but you weren't interested. You didn't care. And here's the thing too, and I quote, "For the invisible things of him, from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by things that are made, even his eternal power and God is without excuse." That's from Romans chapter 1, 17, 18 somewhere. There's another verse cross-reference. "The heavens declare the law of God, and the firmament is his handiwork." So sometimes when I do soul winning evangelism on a live stream at piano, and I go like, you need to believe the gospel. If you watch this, you're gonna burn in the lake of fire. And then some guys are convicted and angered by the truth. And they go like, oh, so you say God is bad. Like, what about, I didn't say that. What about like these tribes in the jungle who are like just a tribe, okay, uncontacted tribe, and the guy dies like 50 years old. He never saw a Bible, okay, he never heard somebody talk about Jesus. He said God, yes, okay, because he's been living in a world, physical reality, nature has been preaching that God is real. The heavens declare the glory of God, sky, heavens, and the firmament shewed his handiwork. So if the heavens declare an attribute of God, the glory of God, they are therefore like logical deduction. If the heavens are declaring a quality of God, they are declaring the existence of God, a God that has qualities. So if you look at a painting of Dali, and it's like the Dali painting declare his skill level in painting, they are declaring the skill level of a human being. See? It's like there is a human that painted this, and you look at it, it's like, wow, it's high level creation. See? So the heavens declare the glory of God, which means the heaven is declaring the existence of God, because they're declaring a quality of God. See? So the heavens declare the glory of God, affirming to the handiwork. So human beings live in a world where nature itself is preaching to them. The lights are going out towards the end of the earth. Day uttered speech, not at night speak forth knowledge. There is no speech, no language, where the voice is not heard, something like this. So people live in this world. Walk around, seeing the sky, the birds and the bees, clouds, the sun, the moon, the stars. They feel wind on the face. They see an ocean. These things are preaching to you that God is real. Reality is preaching that God is real, testifying that God is real. Okay. So people live in this world, and the natural response should be, obviously, God is real, okay? And this is not just chance, okay? This is not the result of a big bang or evolution. This is obviously somebody created this. And then the natural response to that realization, accepting that, which you should be able to perceive just the whole reality. The natural response should be, obviously God is real. That how do I get by with him? What is my standing with God? Okay. What is my relationship like? Am I on good terms with him? So it's like, naturally, if a person doesn't resist the truth, and he, when he's come, will prove the world of righteousness, sin, righteousness, judgment, of sin because they believe not on me, of righteousness because I go to my Father, you see no more, of judgment because the Prince of Souls judgment. Let's talk about the Holy Spirit's ministry. The Holy Spirit has a spiritual radio station, you could say, that's broadcasting in this world. God is real. Okay, come to the cross and be reconciled unto God. And human beings are able to seek and find the truth. And you have responsibility to, because reality is like in your face, God is real, God is real. And your natural response should be, obviously God is real. I need to get right with him. I need to make sure I'm on good terms with him. So anyway, people of God say Paul. People are designed to have fellowship with God. After the sinful, human beings have been born lacking a relationship with God. Which means this emptiness there is an unaddressed need, an unaddressed spiritual need. And that will be your primary need, the most important, more important than your sexuality, something like this. So you have needs, like a sexual, you're programmed with sexuality, which means you will have sexual desires and you will experience arousal activation in response to visual and auditory stimuli of a sexual nature. I mean, if you're a straight man and you hit puberty and like the temp teacher has big boobs and she's like up there, it's like you're gonna have a boner. Or if you're like a teenage, like a 17, 18-year-old guy who hit puberty and the temp teacher's really hard with big boobs and you're like just feeding with hormones, it's gonna happen. You have like an erection. So why? Because you're programmed with a human nature that you have testosterone and you have like sexual programming and all the clubbing stuff, and you're designed to procreate, to have offspring. Okay. Now, in the absence of feeling it the right way, which the natural response would be, oh, I'm 17 years old, it's like I feel horny all the time. I need to find one woman and get married to her, and I can be horny with this one woman and have children and have family and have a wholesome life, okay? And the marriage bed is undefiled, okay? Now, if you don't meet in the right way, you don't like, I'm gonna wait and find a wife, one woman, married, get married, and I'll have a normal life, eros, philios, agape. I'll have eros love with her, and I'll have agape love with her because we're both Christians. And we'll have like all like a full relationship. That's not limited to like physical, eros type love. So if you don't feel it the right way by getting a wife, you're more likely to fall for similitudes, fall forms. So you have programming to you sexuality, desires to have physical romance with a woman, okay? And if you don't meet in the right way, the guy, it's like, here's the right way to fill this need. You have this need, the need itself and desires are not necessarily sinful. If you feel like I want a woman close to me, okay, it's not good, a man should be alone. I'll make him help meet for him, see? It's not good that the man should be alone or for a man to be alone, see? So it's not good for a man to be alone. And what is the thing? What is the thing supposed to make you not alone? A woman, see? Oh, singular. Okay, not several, women, plural. So, human beings are created by God with sexuality, and the normal sexuality, above board, wholesome, like co-signed by God, okay, where God is like, this is okay, is even lost people, you can find a wife and get married. God is not like, okay, lost people, you're not allowed to get married. No, God is like, oh, human beings, saved, lost, whatever, can get a wife and be married. Okay. So, anyway, that's the point. So, human beings have a need, programmed for sexuality. You have sexual needs, okay? You have a need that's like you feel attracted to women. Now, that thing, the right way to meet that is to find one woman and get married. And if she's your wife, you can kiss her and hug her and cook with her, and have a wife-husband relationship. Now, if you don't have that, it's like I'm simply so I'm gonna wait until I find wife, get married, and then I kiss and hug and sit in the tree, holding hands and KS, and all this other stuff. You're more likely to fall into false forms, toxic forms, such as internet porn, such as getting with a girlfriend, someone not married to, fornicating, like a one-night stand, and then maybe 6 months later you go to a bar, you hook up with some other woman, another one-night stand, okay, and then another person, another person, another person. So, human beings are created by God with certain needs, okay? You're programmed for certain things. You need to master psychic needs. Now, as a Christian, you can transcend your natural circumstances, where I've been able to have joy, like the world doesn't know this joy. The peace of God which just passes all understanding. Was like I've had more joy than my Christian brothers here to. Like ex-Catholic for Christ Christian gang stalkers, I've never seen looking up miserable and depressed. Like low energy. It's like, hello, James from James ex-Catholic for Christ. It just comes off as a guy, if I was a psychologist who came to my office just to talk, I might be like, you know what, you seem like you might be depressed, okay? You might be depressed, okay? You come off as being in a depressed state to me. And that could be acute short term due to vital factors. If it's just like this one time I'm talking to him, it's like this, like he's in his videos all the time. Low energy and flat effect and things like this. So low energy state, flat effect, not reacting to his environment with positive feelings really. Okay. Where it's like seeing a bird, wow, it's a cool bird. See? The absence of that. There's nothing where it's like he's been on camera for so many hours and you never see him have joy. He's like miserable and depressed and unhappy. Okay? So, despite the persecution, I have like more joy and positive feelings in my life. That are not like, oh, it's because I get drunk or masturbate to porn or have a Slurpee and the sugar high. It's like, oh, getting me like short term to have like a rush of good chemicals. But I can be fasting 20 hours, being persecuted, harassed online real life, and still I have daily like 10 to 30 minutes of like feeling better than a lot of Christians do in a week, okay? Because I'm transcending my environment, my circumstances. So you can get that jump over massive hyper needs. Was like, well, as a human, a normal human, a brute beast human, not an actionized human, it's like, well, you need to have food, safety, clothing, shelter, meaningful relationships, this and that, and then you can start actualizing. And it's like you're not going to really be fulfilled unless you get to a base level, these things and further. You can circumvent them, you can be in prison and be happy. So anyway, that's the point. Human beings have needs, they're programmed with physical needs. So in the absence of the original white form, human beings have a need for a wife. Men have a need, desire for a wife. And if you don't get a wife, you're more likely to fall into false forms of watching internet porn, one night stands, girlfriend, you don't get married, like non-serious relationships. That will be toxic. Because if you go outside God's established order things, everything becomes chaos. God is a God of order. Like, here is human sexuality. Within these parameters, this framework, it's healthy and good, okay, and allowed, okay, I suffer it, see. Now, if you deviate, if you go outside of that, it becomes perversion. So human sexuality, sex is not evil. God is like, yeah, I made human beings with sexual organs, see. Male genitalia, female genitalia, and if you put these two together, there's babies, okay? You see? So it's like God is not like, oh, I didn't know about that. Oh, I'm a prude. But it's like, oh, it's like God blushes when he looks down from heaven and sees like a man taking a shower and he can see the PV members. Like God is like, oh, I've never seen a guy naked before. No, God made it in the born like that. So anyway, that's the point. So human sexuality is normal within these parameters. How God made it. One man, one woman, married, having sex, having babies. Okay. Now, if you go outside of that, even a little bit, you deviate, you go outside of just a little bit, you've entered into perversion territory now. And it's just a matter of degrees, where it could be, well, one man, one woman, okay, so far so good. Not married, now it's fornication. See, one man, one woman, next week, another woman. Now it's outside of God's parameters, and it's going to be bad for you. Toxic. And you have a culture of chaos as culture deviates further and further from Christianity. I've spoken on this at length before, this topic. And if you would have a chart, here's my analysis, the reason, demystifying it. So why is Sweden and America doing so much crime and this and that problem? Violence. Well, basically, the further society gets from Christianity, the more chaotic and evil it gets. So if you would have like a chart, like the stock market chart, was like America, 1940s, Christian level, like average Joe's Christianity. It'd be like a poll, Christian, yes or no. And it's like you look at how they live their life. They have the Bible at home. They talk about, they say grace before they eat dinner. That's the most families do in America. Okay. And that evolution is not really that popular yet. And homosexuality is frowned upon. Because the Bible teaches it's sinful. It won't accept the one. Now, the further you go from that, the less Christian America has become, the more murders, the more crimes, thefts, broken homes, and so on and so forth. Same with Sweden. So it's like the graph would be like Christian level, oh, Sweden's kind of less Christian. And then crime statistics would be like median. So it's like Christian level going down, crime statistics going up. It'd be like median. Okay. It's like Christianity level drops 10% in a decade. Like murders go up 10% in the same decade or something like this. And it could be a delay lag effect, but kind of for sake of argument, simplify a little bit. Okay, let's look at more. That's the point. People have human needs. If you don't feel the need for romantic love, eros love. Eros is romantic love, like the type of love that a man has with his wife. Philios is brotherly love. Like, it can be literally like your brothers. You grow up in a house where they have a little brother and love each other, okay? It can also be brother love, like you have a trade and you're two people working together for a long time, and you have like, this is my buddy, my best friend. That's also Philios type love, okay? So anyways, the point, and agape is the type of love that Christ has. And that's something that's possible for Christian people to have, which is a love that seeks the highest good for the object of love, the object being a human, even at the expense of the lover, okay? So Christ had sacrificial love. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes should not perish but have everlasting life. So Christ loved the world so much that he wanted to be hurt and suffer loss for the good of the love evil, okay? Like the order of his life. So Christ was willing to be hurt for human beings to be healed. Okay? So anyways, if you don't get your needs met in the right way, you're likely to get it met in the wrong way. So if you don't know about supplements and how they can lower anxiety, you don't know about ashwagandha being an adapting to lower cortisol, the stress hormone, you don't know about niacinamide, you don't know about magnesium, you don't know about vitamin C, and it's like you have a lot of stress and anxiety, you're more likely to turn to self-medicate with alcohol or something like that. If somebody's super anxious all the time and stressed, they're more likely to go to the liquor store, buy alcohol and drink. If they feel like they're super stressed, they can't cope, okay? Because they don't know, here are some ways that I can state regulate myself and reduce the anxiety significantly within 6 hours. Okay. And then like keep it at a level. If I apply these strategies, it's like, am I deficient in magnesium? If so, address that deficiency. Do I have a vitamin C deficiency? If so, address it. Do I have a nice vitamin B3 deficiency? Okay. And then if you have deficiencies and you address them, you can have amazing effects. Okay. So, in the absence of knowledge, my people, there's a lot of Christians that have died because they have been listening to me learn from me. There's a lot of people that have committed violent acts that if they would have found my YouTube channel 3 years ago and learned from me, they would deal with anxiety, irritability, and low impulse processing. They never would have like acted out violently and got locked up. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. So my people perish for lack of knowledge. A lot of Christians that have ended up getting hospitalized, sick, and died because they lack certain knowledge in the spiritual and in the physical. And I've been out here day and night offering up like Mike's Our Life, free God's medicine, okay? Free health fitness coaching, live health fitness crickets, okay? Go live being available in open chat, get nothing but abuse in the chat, okay? So it's like you, okay. I'm not like, oh, it's my fault or something like this. I've been having all this knowledge, I should have made some videos, kind of signaling my competence. But if you got anxiety, I can help you with it. And then people go, I want help with it. What do I do? Here's what you did. And then they'd be like, oh, I was helped by it. See? And I've been doing that for years. Hey, everybody, if you got mental health problems, come over here, you can be helped. And nobody's shown up. But the people that have been responding to it have been dramatically, improved. Okay. So, and what's the point? I was talking about previous live stream about health problems from another angle, and I was speculating on the statistics on how many people got the COVID jab. I didn't get the COVID jab, and what I think is interesting is there were people voices during the pandemic that is like if you're on YouTube. And you look at podcasters, you're on Instagram, all these social media platforms. Like you just open up YouTube and you check the news or some podcaster, you would hear voices like, "You gotta get the jab, or else you're gonna get sick. The plague rats, okay? You gotta get sick. The cold winter. If you don't get the jab, for sure you gotta get sick and end up in the hospital, something like this." I didn't get the jab. I was never hospitalized for COVID. I didn't get vaccinated once, as a matter of fact, since turning 18. And I never had a disease from the hospital. Oh, you got sick from this that could have been prevented if you would check the records, you didn't get vaccinated. And you got this thing that we have a vaccine for that you get. Okay? That's never happened. Not COVID, not the flu. I never got hospitalized with the flu. And the doctor's like, oh, we'll check you're in here in the ICU, super sick with the flu, and we'll check your medical records. You didn't get any flu jabs. Okay? So it's like you would not have been here if you got the flu jab. That I didn't have that experience. Okay? So I know a lot of people got the jab. And maybe some people thought that if they don't, for sure they're going to get COVID and be on a ventilator or something like this. Okay? Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's a straight roll, man. It's a straight roll, man. A lot of people made decisions like, I gotta get the job based off of, like, some people made it because somebody told them, I don't know, Fauci, whoever. They heard a clip from somebody that went like, if you don't take it, you're super, then you gotta be super sick, okay? Yeah. If I could do a really good job with sobering, possibly I can bring Bill Gates to the Lord. And then we can, he can be a valuable asset, and he can turn his mind to some meaningful stuff of the
well, outside the field that he's currently engaged. So anyway, his support. Um, his support. I made a video during 2022, I think it was, or 2021, about the mark of the beast. Okay. And that got deleted by YouTube. Now, you can say that I made a video on the mark of the beast got deleted. I'm not going to say what was in there. Okay. So I might do a take 2 on that on Rumble. We'll see. I figured out a hack. So I've had to learn this because I'm in an info and making videos on Rogan is a shield or the mark of the beast or this or that topic. I've got a videos pull. And then it's like, oh, this video is something that the deep state for like, oh, this video we can't have people see it, the mic made. It's dangerous. So we move it, okay, with a task violation with the terms of service claim, okay. And then if you go like I'm gonna download it, the video that got deleted by YouTube, so I can upload it like bitching the video YouTube didn't want you to see marketing, would be truthful. Oh no, but it's like now they delete it, you can't go like republish the video it's already deleted by YouTube. You can't click like download the video. But I figured out a workaround. So there's like a review process where you can click like find all videos that were deleted by YouTube. Drogan is a shield or something like this. Deleted for hate speech. And I feel like this is bullcrap. It's like hate speech. I'm ranting about Drogan being a scumbag. Okay. And I can find moments of him on his podcast on YouTube being in the same like temperament, ranting about this or that person. Okay. So anyways, the point. And it's like, oh, I'd like to be able to upload it somewhere else and go like, here's the video YouTube didn't want to see about Rogan. But you can't download it if it's been deleted. And I can't like republish it. It's just like missing, and you can't, even I can't watch it. Now here's the hack in the matrix that I figured out. I can click begin review process. I guess for like, if you're doing your court case against YouTube and your lawyer's there with you and it's discovery, it's like we're gonna sue YouTube for like falsely reviewing this video and we suffered financial loss for this studio or something like this. Or you're appealing a video or something like this. You're supposed to be able to go play the video and then contact YouTube and be like, I'm appealing this decision. Okay, here's why. At 30 minutes into the video, here's what I said, okay. I didn't say this, that there's a rule against the terms of service. And that's the term of service section that you claimed that was a violation of. Well, here's what I actually said. It doesn't fit your description in the terms of service. So it's like you can play your own video as part of the review process for appeal purposes and go like, comment, play your video. Oh, 20 minutes into I said this. At 20 minutes into the video, I said this, okay. I do not believe this was, as a matter of fact, a violation of terms of service of letters. Okay. Further, I added a disclaimer in the description, explicitly stating I'm not a doctor and don't take anything as medical advice of letters. See? Do you understand? There's like an appeal process you can do. And that's a way that I figured out how I've been able to save the videos that YouTube has pulled so I can show them other platforms. See? Including proving bogus strikes, okay? I mean, being able to prove that YouTube has targeted me. Where it's like they just make things up. And be like, you broke this rule, go play the video. And it's like no person in right mind will think they broke the rule. See? So basically that thing is like I'm watching the video begin review. And I can watch the video just like for one time can like play the video back for like appeal purposes. Okay. Video has been deleted, can't play it, can't download it. We can click begin review and then go appeal decision for this. And then I can screen record my laptop screen using StreamYard. And then just hit play it in the review and then let it play and I'm recording on StreamYard. Then I can download that video, upload it to Rumble. the video YouTube didn't want you to see. See? So this is how I've been documenting certain videos, like key ones that have been pulled. And here's the thing. Here's 2 examples of bizarre videos. Part of the reason I live stream is because I'm not talking in the video, I'm talking about a deep state. And they recruit agents to talk in real life. Which means, as a theoretical, hypothetical scenario, being a persecuted Christian, talk about state persecution called gang stalking, or talking videos. Let's say I book a plumber because my toilet won't flush anymore. And I call the landlord, hey, I need somebody to come check the plumbing, it's not flushing anymore. It's like, oh, we can come by tomorrow at 1900 or something like this. Okay, fine, I'll be home and ready to receive them. In my experience with our video, it will be reasonable for me to assume, and the longer time before the appointment, that the person will be recruited, touched by a smear campaign, flying monkey-eyes, and be put up to target me in my home. So the plumber will be an agent and be told like, hey, spray a lot of perfume on yourself right before I enter his home, because I'm allergic to it, say, as a way to make me feel attacked, like hurt physically, directly physically. This is physical persecution, this type of stuff. Or it could be, I don't know, let's say the program has been using as a harassment theme, something like, Mike, you're a rat, and we're poisoning you like a rat, okay, with the food poisoning. And then it's like he gets told, okay, when you're going to go to this tenant, put on a t-shirt with like a rat on it as a logo. And it can have been a theme that's been used in psychological warfare for the last like 9 days of this program, where fire monkeys keep using the word rat, or, do you understand? It could be something subtle, where it's like I can detect it, that this person is a flying monkey agent targeting me with narcissistic dominance in these tactics, or physical targeting tactics. Okay, they could even be told to have like a mission pound in the pocket. Be like, if he's not looking, like while you work on the plumbing, if there's like a moment of opportunity where he's not looking, like you got a little plastic bag with some mystery, you just like throw it on his towel. He's got a towel he uses to dry his face every time he washes his face in the sink. Like put that and smear it on the towel just quickly. See, and then after the plumber goes, maybe I'm itching from some perfume exposure, and I go wash my face, let the towel rub it like this, and I'll be exposed to something that was put. This is the what I've had to deal with, this type of persecution over in Sweden. This type of risks, dangers, and events, okay? So anyway, part of how I've been responding to this is to live stream and document as a way to protect myself from a variety of tactics, okay? And you don't have this defeatist view that some so-called TI supporters, like they're like, hey, I got a chance to offer support to other videos, okay? Wolves in sheep's clothing, like Kjell Snitzer. Not like, if you want to kill you, you can do it somehow. It's like, don't worry too much about trying to protect yourself against the targeting. Because if they really want to kill, there's so many ways they could easily do it. Working to condition you to have a complacent attitude. Okay. So, for example, it's like at some point in time I realized, well, another thing they can do is like if I'm sleeping, if they want to take me out, they could like have somebody sneak in when I'm sleeping and take me out somehow. Okay, let's say, because food poisoning and covert food drug is part of targeting. It can even happen in the supermarket where they place tampered items in the supermarket when you're shopping. Or if you like go, if you're a TI you haven't realized this yet, you're like, oh, they got a hot dog stand, go order a hot dog. And since you're doing this now and then, that has incentivized the program to recruit the hot dog guy that you've been buying hot dogs from now and then, and be like, hey, it's the government. Here's a dropper board with mystery substance. If the guy, that guy, okay, it's a picture of him, shows up here ordering anything, your job is to put a dropper there. If you order a salad, a hot dog, a Coca-Cola, slush, your job is to get a drop of this liquid into it. This is theoretically things that they can do for the real. And what if the thing is like on the way home, it's something that's going to kick in and like put you to sleep like a tranquilizer. And then it's like you fall asleep and then they pick you up when you're like in an induced coma. and they like put a rope around the neck and hang up. Oh, the toilet video hung himself. So, okay, so this type of stuff that I had the game plan out to figure out, like avenues of attack, how they could, if I was them, what could I do? If I had what they have at the disposal, wanted to hurt me, what more I tried to do, what I understand, and then figure out ways to deal with it, improvise that outcome. I've had to rely on courage and ingenuity to survive this battle, and God has been in my corner. Okay, so anyway, that's the point. Yeah, so part of what I realized, okay, but part of the standard operating procedures, like the protocol, strategy, tactics that I adhere to, it's like standard operating procedures. It's like, if I'm going to receive streams into my home, I need to be audio video recording or live streaming, okay? Like, for let's say I'm going to have a plumber today, 1300 hours come, I might go live publicly and do a live stream, and then they're going to show up and I keep it live, and they'll be, okay guys, the bathroom, so they go in to start working, I'm still live to talk to my viewers, or just sitting on camera. And in case something weird would happen, it's like it's live on the internet. So it makes it harder for the program to get people to do weird things around me if I'm live streaming, and if not live streaming, I like at least audio video recording. So I have like a video in case something happens. Now that's not as good as being live in real time, because that more incentivizes sort of things. So part of how I've been protecting myself against flying monkeys doing narcissistic abuse against me more easily is to be live streaming and a video recording anytime I'm gonna have strangers around me, okay? And just intermittently, because sometimes I get targeting in between streams, so I end the stream, and then it's like this noise harassment starts right after end the stream or something like this. Okay, so what am I supposed? So anyway, one of the things I've been doing early on is I would use YouTube to live stream privately. So instead of having a video, I would start a live stream, private live stream in my home if I'm gonna have time or something like this come work here. And that's the context. It's something I'm doing to protect myself from flying monkeys, talking with narcissistic always use tactics, other talking tactics. And what would you have it? Like 5 minutes into me receiving strangers into my home, both of them being 18 plus, because there's no people that have a job to go to strangers' homes. They're under 18, okay? So both of them were above 18. It's like 2 people, service people, who are gonna come here. I got a private live stream, kind of like this, for security purposes, see, in the home. And after a while, I come back to YouTube, and it's like it's turned off, and I go, they deleted the video. Private live stream, like CCTV type stream, for featuring minors. Could they prove in a court of law on YouTube that it was minors in the video? Okay, that'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting if they could. Okay, because it's people that have a job, so they employed service people in their profession. That's the purpose of their visit here, see? And there's nobody that works as a plumber or whatever the profession was that's less than 18 years old, okay? So both of them are 18 plus. And I'm live streaming because I've been attacked by strangers before, flying monkeys, on the program. So I'm live streaming to make it harder to protect myself from these people, the potential, hypothetical, like the risk that they could have been talked to before they show up and told to do bad things here. And then normally it's also people are just naturally toxic. So that's the context. I'm a target video, target state persecution, having a live CCTV stream for my protection, see? And I'm not the only one doing this. I see like Filipinos live streaming, live CCTV in the film like the garage, I guess, for theft protection, something like this, okay? So, but what is the point? And it's also like happening if you can, because some people are watching these type of streams. It's like live cams. People are searching live cams. Now that's if you do publicly. Anyway, that's the point. There wasn't a public video, it's private. It was non-publicly watchable, is what I mean. And a few minutes in, YouTube posted and goes for featuring minors, okay? Which is a complete and utter bullshit fall made up. So they're penalizing me, attacking my channel, removing a live stream that was protecting me from abuse with a lie, see. It was like, because here's the reason we pulled this live stream, for featuring minors, okay? And there's two service people that are here in the profession, like the exercising of the profession. So the reason they're here, these people, was because they got a job to come here and do some work. And there's nobody in Sweden that have a job to go to straight home that is below 18. So that just looks like YouTube talking, you see, like they got a hard on, as you say. That would just, this is something which have to hurt and delete the video, and it just he's not breaking any terms, just say it, you know, see. Okay. So that's one instance. A second instance of a fallacious dog strike on YouTube was narcissists and psychopaths. We live in narcissistic abuse system, and gang stalking is narcissistic abuse. Someone told me this for the context. YouTube released a video protecting the video from abuse from flying monkeys, because that's your life. It's constantly people get recruited to be flying monkeys target them. So they got a live stream to protect themselves. Okay, and YouTube deletes that video to make it, which would make it easier for flying monkeys to target the person who's live streaming to protect themselves. Okay. Another one, narcissists and psychopaths like to ruin birthdays. Narcissist. Oh, I had a live stream on my birthday, and I go to another city to like meet, I think it was my mom for coffee, and I'm doing like an IRL stream. So I'm like live in the cab on the way home, at home, and as I get my backpack off, and I had brought a protein shake, like a super shake, in a glass bottle, and supplements, like post-meal supplements. And I come home, sit down here, and say, I got it, okay, time for my super shake. I forgot to drink it after the meal that I had where I was, and take the post-meal supplements. So I'm taking supplements and swallowing it down with a protein shake on camera. So drink a protein shake, taking supplements. And on my birthday, see. And then same there, oh, negative thing on your birthday, see. Okay, you are well stream. Drug use, sale of regulated goods, something like this policy. Delete the video. My birthday stream, IRL streams. For what? What was the actual thing? For drinking a protein shake and taking vitamins on camera, okay? Another instance where YouTube lies, hurts my channel, steals content from me, removes it. On fallacious ground, meaning lying, okay? Lying in writing that I was breaking the terms of service when I wasn't. What's another one? I said I do this console. Yeah, so people have human needs. Return to that, finishing that like hooks and loops. People have human needs, and if a human doesn't get the need met the way that it's supposed to be met, you're vulnerable to fall for fake forms, okay? Facsimiles or similitudes, like fake forms. So if you don't meet your human need of having a wife, you're more likely to fall into watching porn, one-night stands, things like this. If you don't get your needs, vitamin needs met, you're more likely to end up turning to alcohol or drugs or something else is bad. So part of the expose I did on the Rogan, who's been promoting this alien deception, is that he's chilling for the alien agenda. So the deep state, I gotta turn off the chat because it keeps sending this disgusting flying monkeys into the chat, and it's like, oh, there you go, see.
I'm gonna start turning off the chat more because it's like I'm happiest alone. See, it's like I'm in a good mood, and it's like having a good time until the comments start coming up, and it's like people in here that are toxic, organically toxic, narcissistic little 12-year-olds mentally, but 18 plus physically. Okay, like the average normie, narcissistic, toxic, porn addict, junk food addict, low IQ, uh, low maturity level, pathological, psychologically morbid comorbidities, like too much stress, anxiety, they're half depressed, okay, and they have a sex addiction and all kinds of stuff. And it's like just the mere presence is just triggering. Like I feel like I need a shower. Okay, so it's okay. Mood poisoning. So it's like it's a good reminder I need to turn off the chat because it's like there's a part too. I make great content. I'm dangerous to the deep state, so they have to send people into my chat for an interference of what I'm doing. So if you don't get your human needs met in the right way, you're vulnerable to fall into trying to meet them in the wrong way. So you have sexual needs, and that's supposed to, what is the hunger for? Getting a wife, okay? Now you have this hunger, general like hunger sense, for like some kind of a close physical relationship with a woman. And it's like, oh, jag watch internet på masturbating too. I try to hook up with a girl at a party and have a one night stand, see? Which is not how you're supposed to meet these needs here. Human beings have a need for a relationship with the Creator. You have like a God-shaped hole in your body, you could say. And if you don't get your human need of having fellowship with God met the right way, you're more likely to fall into the wrong way. And my analysis on this, if you decode it, it'd be like, what is the truth? What is human beings are made in the image of God, created to have fellowship with God. When Adam and Eve fell out of Garden of Eden, they lost fellowship with God. So man was made for fellowship with God, okay? And the human body is intended to be a temple for the Holy Spirit, post salvation. And who is God? God is in heaven, okay? He has come down from heaven to earth, okay? He created the world. Now notice how the youthful were a myth. It's like a fake form of this. Where I've listened enough to Rogan's podcast and his guests, so you're like, maybe aliens came down and like we were just monkeys, and it's the aliens that messed with our DNA and made us become humans. Which would be like, God who is in heaven, the truth, who also has visited, came down, okay, made us, okay. So it's like, it's a little bit of truth. So it's like almost, it's a facsimile of the real form. It's like aliens rapture people, see. Aliens beam me up, Skada, see. That's part of ufology too. But it's like mysterious aliens that come from outer space, see, up in heaven. They come from above, down. And they like beam people up, see. So whatever is the point. It's like I'm so disgusted with these disgusting freaks. I'm a Christian boy fighting for the truth, working to save human lives. And these filthy, disgusting freaks. I don't care if you're an agent or not, but in the middle of me, talk about like, be more interested and competent Jordan Peterson talk about eternity and human beings. Okay, that fake fraud. It'd be like somebody's freely giving you like very valuable information. And somebody shows up, bro, how tall are you? In the middle of me, like cut back to the beginning of the stream. It's like human beings have a need to start decoding things. Bro, how tall are you? Are you? Is the comment. Okay, in the middle of that. Do you understand how mentally ill you are? Okay, like this guy's decoding the universe and teaching the truth on human life and how to get your human needs met the right way. It's like my comment is going to be, how tall are you, or something like this. Now, what a disgusting piece of shit you are. Now, good luck. I'm going to stream on Rumble, understand? Good luck, you fucking piece of shit. Good luck to Brandon Holtas and Andy Woods and the other sellout fakes that I will expose for what you haven't been teaching. And they started copying me too. Okay? They copy me. I make a live stream showing hidden claim view truth in the Hollywood system. The average blind pastor never showed anything like this.
within a week when a hot assumption makes a video. The hidden truth revealed about the world system. Copycat, narcissistic, identity theft. I get that tactic a lot because I'm in the matrix here. I'm the guy that they leave me with the glasses, as it were. Okay. And I took thought, and my stature increased a little bit. It's like I'm choosing to get a bit taller here. Okay, get up my tippy toes. Hur bara saken är cubit to stature or something. Okay, it wasn't even a cubit, but I just go out from my tippy toes. So, anyways, the point. My point is this. You need to be aware of my Rumble channel. So the main purpose of this live stream was pretty much just go live and let people know I got a Rumble channel, subscribe to it. Because there's videos that I've learned that if I just go live and be like, here's the full truth, okay? YouTube gives me a strike for something. If it's like rant about Jordan Peterson being a system shill or something like this, it'd be a hate speech or, I don't know, medical misinformation. If I'd be like, this guy got on benzos for not knowing what I know about supplements, medical misinformation or something. If you understand, it's like I'm expecting that. Because I've had things happen before YouTube where I wasn't even breaking the terms of service. And I get strikes, okay? So, and it's like anything that's like, well, we can kind of rest it. Do you understand? And the funny thing is too, when I got a strike for drug use, sale of regulated goods, for drinking a protein shake and taking supplements on my birthday in our red stream, I appealed it. So if this was an algorithm that was detected by, like, if, let's say you want to blame like the algorithm, where it's like I'm coming home and it's like this is skin coloring, okay? And it's like they can hear like rattling tablets. This sound is like detected by YouTube AI as the sound of pills in a bottle or something like this. And it's like auto flag or something like this. Okay. Now, at the point where I go, I was not taking or selling any drugs in this live stream. It was supplements and a protein shake which I was taking. Now it goes to a human being in YouTube admin team or something like this, whatever it's called. And somebody looks at what this human said, you're wrong, no drug, okay, you're wrong, I wasn't doing that. And they go, denied, okay, we uphold our decision that you were breaking this term of service. See? So now it's YouTube human, okay? It's YouTube, it's human on YouTube that did it, okay? Jingle the bell, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, how fun it is to go. I like that. I'm juggling it now, okay? I like that. They notice, oh, this tablet. Okay. Oh, it's ALA. Maybe I will take some supplements later on and wash out my protein shake in this IRL stream, live vlog. See? Oh, it's time for my morning dose of supplements. That's how I live my life. Take supplements in the morning. This is a self-regulated goods, drug use, stuff like this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so beware of my Critical Mass Mike on Rumble channel. You're watching Mike Saha live on YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Start to fall out no punches. You're watching Mike Saha live on YouTube. You're watching Mike Saha live on YouTube. Okay. So it makes it better when you modulate the voice. It's not always like the same. Like you're watching Mike Saha live. So it becomes different. It makes it better. Whatever the difference is, pretty much. As long as it's not drawing. But here's the point. Be aware of my Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. Critical Mass Mike Rumble. Critical Mass Mike Rumble. Mike Saha, aka Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. Critical Mass Mike Rumble channel. Okay. Where I can live stream. No holds barred. Okay. If I want to make videos on Rumble that will send bars macadamia nuts are contaminated with arsenic, I could probably do the Rumble. It's like, here's my personal opinion about her operation. I wouldn't be surprised if she puts arsenic in macadamia nuts. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying she is, but as an example, it's like even being wrong, I could probably, like, okay. So here's the point. You need to be aware of my Rumble channel. And it's like, I'm still disgusted at the comments I got earlier that it kind of irked me. So yeah, I'm the happiest alone. See, I'm happy for this. It's not until other human beings with a toxic, bitch ass, beta, cack, low T, low testosterone level energy shows up in my chat, hating on me, that I get in a bad mood. I have invented like a term. I've diagnosed the average man as being LTIC man, low testosterone IQ having. So it's LTIQH, okay? LTIC, like Hashimoto's disease, something like this. It's like LTIC man. So it's low testosterone IQ having. See? Okay. Meaning it's like the level of IQ the average guy should have. Also levels the average guy should have, let's say in his 30s. Okay. The average man is falling way below that. I also love vegan gains, okay? Not like that, okay? But I saw him make a video recently. And it's like doing shoulder workout, roided out shoulder workout or something like this. Now his YouTube channel is called Vegan Gains. So it's one of these things that if I come across this channel, I've never heard of it before, and I search like testosterone on YouTube, it shows up Vegan Gains a video, and the account is Vegan Gains, and I'll be like, that's not like, I don't believe that it's veganism, just face value are responsible for these gains I'm seeing. Okay, there's something else in the mix. Yeah, so be aware of my Rumble account. Now I can't guarantee anything. The chief of Rumble, head of Rumble, could get a call and be like, okay, this guy Mike Size start to reach many people Rumble, you're gonna have to start shadow banning him or do what YouTube did and just make something up and pull his video or something like this. That's the point. I'm not gonna stop making videos. So I'm gonna be uploading content talking to the masses. Somewhere, somehow, as long as I have the ability to. Meaning I'm gonna be uploading YouTube videos, shorts, I'm gonna go live on YouTube now and then I'm gonna upload videos to YouTube. If I can't for some reason, I'll go to TikTok if I want to make a video. If I can't go there, I got my Rumble. I can go live on my personal Facebook page. If that, I can make a new Facebook page. Okay. So it's like I'm not gonna stop making videos. Now, here's where it backfired, the deep state censorship via YouTube. What didn't happen, okay? When they gave me strikes and I couldn't live stream for weeks, I didn't go like under the covers and that kid was, oh, my YouTube channel, oh, I'm done with YouTube. No. If it hadn't been for those strikes, I probably never would be like pissed. It's like I can't stream on YouTube. It's like I want to make a video about this censorship and upload it to BitChute. So these videos have been uploaded to BitChute. They never would have been uploaded if it wasn't for the strikes on YouTube. Made the Rumble channel figure out how to live stream there. Due in part to the motivation of like YouTube is not letting me stream freely. Okay, so it's like there's things I want to say. So I'm gonna have to go to Rumble. And I cannot wait until my YouTube channel gets taken down, but it's like I already have the backup system ready to go. So in case I will get a strike on this live stream, I can't go live. Well, I can go live within an hour of Rumble. So. There's many people in this neighborhood that are gang stalkers, meaning flying monkeys to work for the gang stalking prosecution board. Many people, more than 10 people in this block. And I get targeted
when I go out here, these people get sent out to do narcissist always abuse tactics, street theater skits, so-called noise harassment, oh, all kinds of stuff. Even physical torture tactics. Sometimes they have somebody light a scented candle, some dirty perfume. Like if I spend a lot of time screaming out here, I'm dirty perfume. There'll be like a strong smell of perfume coming out here. Okay. I will hear a video, and it's like strong smell, like a ball of perfume smell hitting me after a while. So they have like plants in the neighborhood, and some of these experiences may or may not have been agents that got instructed to do these things on purpose. Hypothetical. Yeah, so I feel excited about. I'm going to be able to have undeniable effects, okay? Because I know. Why do you think they have to shut me down on YouTube and censor me and things like this? It's because they're afraid of what my videos can accomplish. So if you're not a mindless lemming normie that is ignorant, see, people that are not a problem to the deep state don't have these problems. Okay? So if I was a normie who didn't know any conspiracy truth, that the deep state, like we don't want the masses to know this conspiracy truth. And I'm just like concerned about, I don't know, I'm only doing like playing video games or listening to music on YouTube and podcast. I wouldn't be a problem, so I wouldn't need to be censored. But if you're not a normie, and it's like, I know this conspiracy truth, I know the deep state doesn't want the masses to hear about this, I'm gonna go live talk about it. You see, because I'm not afraid. So it's like the knowledge coupled with fearlessness and a desire to share the truth. Because if you have the knowledge, like, I know the deep state doesn't want the masses to know about 47911, and I can see it, and so others, the government I can see. If that's not enough to be a problem, really, you're potentially a problem at that point. And I feel like, well, I know that I'm going to get spun, ridiculed, and socially ostracized. And people would, the opposite would admire me. They would look down on me. And it's like, me being who I am, without talking about the conspiracies, a lot of people respect me and admire me based off of my traits and qualities. So if I start going like conspiracy stuff, there's a lot of people that be like, they would have respected me. We are this guy's question, not your wish to for head. You know, it's like, okay, oh, you're just leaving on level things, so your wish to for head. See, so since I don't have that fear of being disliked and for fools to think that I'm crazy for being sane in a world full of insane people that are ignorant and like truth-mocking truth projectors. Watch my video and you will learn, okay, watch my video and you will learn how to do day trade stuff like this, okay, or that's the point, you will learn, or something, you will learn, okay, or that's the point, I did that before, but this is the video here, so I can advertisement, it's a guy, what's that, you will learn how to trade on the stock market with a day trade or something like this. This is not like these other videos you watch that are always a scam, see. This is not like these other videos you watch that are just like this video, okay? It's not what it is, okay? This is also part of how manipulators and conmen operate. Like, here's what I'm doing, and they go, I'm not doing this, okay? See, I'm not doing this, okay? I'm not out here making videos on the rapture because I get a lot of money from that. That's not why I'm doing it. That's what he's doing, okay? See, it's like what I'm doing, that is not what I'm doing, basically. It's like decoding manipulators, okay? And I see this quite a lot, basically. Was like, okay, what, like that tactic, that move by five monkeys and narcissistic content. Like, what I'm doing is not what I'm doing, okay? Basically. It could be something like, I'm not part of the problem. It's like they're still a part of the problem. And it's not that them saying they're not, it's what makes you think they are. I already know that they are. And then seeing the show saying they're not a shield, it's like, I am not a shield. Okay, you are a shield. So, yeah. So anyway, it's the point.
I know truth they don't want the masses to know. And I'm not afraid to speak it, which means they have to stop me from speaking by force, okay? Do you understand? So it's like the Illuminati can't, with threats, intimidation, harassment, ramping up the target, get me to start making videos about something that's like a touchy issue that I've been making videos about. So for the Illuminati to get me to stop making videos, they have to get me in a psych ward or prison or like hack my ISP and make my internet turn off. See, because they can't control the average man. That ends up being the radio station seller and back in Garden and Holt House because it feels like cowards. They can't do like intimidation, threats, attacks, get it to be okay, Mozart, I'm stop, please you, I'll stop making videos about this. So they have to physically make me unable to speak, this type of person I am. See, to get myself to stop making videos about Raphael Garden is a satanic kill heretic, they have to get me in a psych ward so I can't be live streamed to the internet. They had to give me strikes on my YouTube channel. They had to target me in ways that it's like I get busy like clearing goals from the target in my private life. So it's like I have less time to make videos. Okay. Now I really enjoy the very real agency and capability I have to the next 60 minutes make videos somewhere, say what I want to say, no holds barred, and they can't delete it. So that's within my grasp. I can do that. So. Well, a lot of times if you deal with extreme targeting, you have to return to what can I control. That's what I tell them. So, agency. Because the abusive system of control will be like resistance is futile, you will be simulated. Lower your shields, hand over the cantrips. Okay. Good night, moon. Good night, sun. Good night, stars. Okay. Okay. Turn off the lights, lower your shields. Resistance is futile, you will be simulated. Alex also is a He's resistant. It's like if you don't see that by now, I don't know what I can do for you. Alex Jones is a shield. He's a counterintelligence agent, fake truther. So, yeah, so what I unfortunately have to expect being a target of state persecution for living godly. Just objectively, the reason I'm persecuted is because I'm living godly to a point where I'm a danger to the satanic powers that should not be there at all, like a deep state. Principalities who wrestle out against flesh and blood. So the satanic Luciferian deep state, filth workers of iniquity, skunk masons, ergonomics, whatever the funny hat type of people, okay. I told somebody recently, the Masons. I said, oh, the Masons, okay, no, the Masons are not okay. Master of the universe, they have a title like that. That sounds like kind of narcissistic and like you're, you will be as God type of stuff. They have titles to the tune of Master of the universe. Okay, who's the Master of the universe? The God, the Creator, okay. And supposedly around the 33rd degree, they reveal to the initiates that it's like, to the lower degrees we say whatever, but the truth is Freemasonry, that we worship Lucifer, is what they tell them at the higher ranks, like 33rd degrees, whatever. I've heard anecdotal reports of like my grandfather was a Mason, he quit right after he was 33rd degree, whatever. Because I guess he was not like as wicked as, okay, and it's like, hey, we're worshiping Lucifer. That's the secret of Masonry. And he's like, oh, okay, I want none of that. Now it's like, whatever is the point?
You've been selling for breadcrumbs. You could have had a call and even David here. You could have had somebody really helping you out to strengthen you and edify you. You've been aging at least twice as fast per year because you haven't listened to me. You could have been showing interesting truths. You could be better prepared. You could have been, okay, but because you've been listening to these idiots, you've been aging faster. You could have been aging in reverse if we were here listening to you all the time, okay? It's the passage of time. Visualize it, okay? It's the passage of time. This is the fluctuation of an object in space, going to and fro, okay? So, you're gonna die one day, get saved. Power of Christ compels you. I'm like rejuvenating, like casting the spells, like the shield spells, like elemental magic. Okay. I started running out of it. I can feel the new water coming after me, like beating me down my neck. Okay. So that's whatever. The point is this. Yeah, okay. You be there or be square. The Freemasons are not going to be making. They can't handle the squarely laid out, all-encompassing truth delivery they're engaging. They just can't stand it. They can't handle it. It's too orderly. It's too fair and square. It's too divisive, the truth. They can't handle it. They can't. The Freemasons couldn't handle it. There's no Freemason in the world that could handle watching like all my live streams. Anytime I go live, just sit and watch from the beginning to the end. They're not gonna. They couldn't handle it. See, if you would tape a laser to this, you could use it to mark a straight line on the floor. They don't know about this. Don't hire a Freemason to build like a stone wall around the house of others. Because you come back home and it's like, oh, it's crooked. It was supposed to be straight, and like the ball is like this, like a water slide or something like this. And they say it was supposed to be straight, okay, in that one. And then you hired a mason instead of a stone mason, and he rolled and messed it up, okay. It's just, oh, it's all crooked. Oh, the guy Bob, don't be like Bob. He got a mason to build something for. Oh, look, it's a baptismal pool and a Freemason and on a Baptist church cross. Where's the scripture verse for that? Preacher. Charles Lawson. The Masons, I can see hidden Masonic symbology in a lot of Baptist churches. I'm not joking. If I look at Charles Lawson, Baptist, it's like the design of this church is Masonic. We have like, there's a picture, there's a pyramid, and it has the archway, okay? And then like the steps on the side. And you look at the church, there are like 1, 2, 3 steps, a podium, and then this archway with a cross behind it, with an N. So they put like a towel on the cross that forms the letter N, and they have water behind it. And then the black and white word of God. And possibly have it open when you're not looking to like behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to one unity. And some kind of razor blade, you know. And then when he's not writing it, then he's cutting separate stories for unto be all sorts of letters. Who would be surprised at this point? That's yeah. So then you got like if you go in the back, they might have like a grove with a plaque that says unto Galen. And then they have like orders in there, something like this. Yeah, like a credit, like a little grove. And a high place. There's like a high place with a gold around it. And it took out a water slide, and Freemason. And the water slide is like it started out with somebody was amazing. I told them to be like a straight ball around the road. And they ended up doing what they do best, messing everything up, so it ended up being like this. And it's like what I'm gonna do with this one, put like a piece of plastic on like a tube, and we could have it be a water slide that they rip this with cool from the ceiling. So
It's a slippery slope. Beware the slippery slope of freelancing. But here's the point. Also beware, if you're young and watching this, beware of loose women. Try a wife, okay? Beware of loose sexual contact with women. Get into that, it's a slippery slope. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And it's like you start getting into that type of stuff, you end up collecting more than you have been investing. Okay. So it's like, whatever, don't do it, okay? So, yeah. I don't even care, my dad basically say that. Here's the point. I'm not gonna stop streaming, okay? Be aware of my Rumble account, okay? Be aware of the fact that I have a Rumble account. Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. You can check out my YouTube about page too right now before YouTube close my account or something. You never know, it could be any day. You go to my, I'm gonna show you how to do it. And don't come writing and regret later on. It's like, oh, what happened to my channel? YouTube must have deleted. What was this Rumble cutting? I can't remember. Okay, here's my channel. Look at this. Oh. Let's see. Here. Go to my about page. TikTok. BitChute. Here. Scroll the way down. PayPal, Instagram, Rumble, BitChute, Twitch. Rumble. Click the Rumble link. Here. Critical Mass Mike. And there's already unique content on Rumble. Meaning there's more than 3 streams that are already Rumble, watchable on Rumble. So there's already unique content there. They can only be watched on Rumble. And that is not going to do. And if I get to a point where it's like, okay, I've had enough, I'm gonna make a video on the mark of the beast and really go into depth with that. I don't feel comfortable doing that on YouTube because I got strikes before talk about the mark of the beast. Okay. Now it's not like you can't say the word after talk about the mark of the beast. But if you make a video, the mark of the beast, and then you talk for an hour and you're a Christian and you're not believing what everybody else is believing. It might be something you're saying there. They go like, oh, this is against the terms. Okay. Right or wrong. So I've already established that YouTube is not a noble platform. Even if you adhere to the terms of service, they might still punish you and attack you and steal videos, to remove videos, even though you were not, as a matter of fact, breaking the terms of service. Okay. So, here's the point. I'm not promising, okay, so it's like, I'm telling you, I recommend you to be aware of my Rumble account, subscribe to it. And if you don't have an account of Rumble, you're too lazy to get one, or you don't find the point of it, okay, you feel like it's not a good idea, or things like that. You can save the bookmark. So once you click the link to take you to Critical Mass Mike on Rumble, rumble.com/user Critical Mass Mike, you can copy the link at the top of your browser, copy, save it in a text document, notepad or wordpad or desktop, Mike's channel, or as a bookmark, or something like this. So you can return to it and check back manually and see if I upload something. So I am not like, oh yeah, I'm not promising that I'm going to be uploading every day. Right now I'm able to stream on YouTube, so a lot of things I do on my phone, in YouTube Studio, to YouTube only. And then now and then, if I do a podcast, I stream from Rumble to YouTube and Rumble at the same time. So, but no heads. I'm a multi-streamer. Mike's a multimedia conglomerate emporium. Okay, it's a multi-streaming multimedia conglomerate and
empire, multi-streaming platform, powerhouse, Mike Saha like critical mass microphone. You watch it, Mike Saha live on YouTube and on so what is yeah. So what is the point? Yeah, be aware of my rumble account, okay? And it's not safe for children because you never know what's gonna happen. It could be like I'm live on Rumble ranting and say, boom, next thing the SWAT team busts on the doors, flashbang, bang, and I get shot in the head or something like this. Oh, he was reaching for his penis, something like this. It's a weapon of mass destruction. It's too powerful of an object to have in your possession. Like he cannot wield this in his hand. It's too powerful, something like this. Okay. Do you understand? It makes something up like YouTube. That maybe next time the SWAT team shows up, they'd be like YouTube. It's like I'm crossing all the T's and I's and I'm not doing anything. But it's actually like, oh, when we came in and shot him in the head 16 times, he was like holding something black pointing at us. And it could be like, maybe I was sitting here like swapping a knife or something like this. And they come to the room, like, what the hell? And they say, oh, that's our excuse. They might have been told by the command, like, if you have an excuse to be able to shoot him on the spot, use it, okay? If it's like you could plausibly deny or end up shooting him for some reason, do you understand? You can't trust them, understand? You can't trust the deep state. You can't. And people are captured. Do you understand? If somebody has been captured by the system and they're some kind of mercenary or whatever they are, let's say you're a soldier in Vietnam and you were tricked by the propaganda. When you went over there, you thought it was a just cause. Now you're down there and you're like, you something changed. Like I feel like this is all bullshit. Why over here somebody is? It's like now you've already gotten into power hierarchy where your superiors to have power over you. You can't be like, oh fuck you guys, I'm going home or something like this. Okay. So it's like if you get an order, you gotta go over here and shoot guns over there. It's like, what do you gotta do? So the right time to make a decision not to serve the deep state is before the decision to serve them. Because once you made that decision and you started working for them, you become captured, and you're like a tree that grows, and you're intertwinable, and it's hard to break free. So you had to get cut out. If you had two trees to grow too close to each other for too long, and they start wandering each other like this, you can't just, the best bonus in the world can't just go there and kind of like untangle it. It's not a rope. You'd have to saw one tree off to feed the other one. Okay. Down by the Boogie woogie. It's like, he gets the job for me down to be like, I go to reference. So it's important. Okay. It's like, yeah. So it's important. Yeah. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Okay. Yeah, so beware. Beware of Alex Jones and be aware of my Rumble account. Power Christ compels you still. Ready and defending. Power Christ compulsificating all of you. Can you feel the compulsion? It's like resistance futile. Okay? Try to do no touch, no cuts. If you hate it, watching this. Let me know once you wake up if you felt you got knocked out, okay? And they come up with something where it wasn't like the power to cause, be like, well, the guy had been injecting himself with arsenic or something like some other poison or whatever, like Roundup or whatever. Some nut job out there, they got found. It's like, oh, it wasn't Mike Saha knocking out with the cross or anything. So here's the point, he got a heart attack from meth injection or something like this. So I feel like if you're a guy who's watching my streams hating on me, you're more likely to be like watching with like a needle in your arm as you're watching and hating on me. like a big like a meth pipe in your mouth and like a syringe in your armpit, and then sitting there, whatever drinking Coca-Cola, and you have like 6 Pornhub videos up at the same time, and hanging on me on the side. Type of person. And it would be cool if I could hang a stick of pieces on this and echo woo do 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 oh do 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 dee da do 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 oh oh dee da dee da 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 oh dee. You have to do like a thing with like empathy. It's like smoke go. That is, and if I was that guy and I saw I hated it, I was gonna go smack. Oh, I'm sorry, guy. And I'd be like, hey, it's like I'm the guy who got the job to walk down the aisle with this like incense chain ball in the chain. One would add like spikes on it, like this medieval morning star something like it, and it make it more visually impressive. And if I could get that past, it make it more portable like that. Hating Hitler, saying, if you use it to recover. So yeah, beware. Oh, beware of these people. Okay. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. They, with air quotes, they. Okay. I don't know. Beware of these people. Beware. You know who they are. Okay. These people. Okay. Them. They're about to control the one from behind the scenes. Okay. So advice point. Yeah, I need to be on my Bumble account. And it's like I've been promoting it, tell you, I recommend you to subscribe to it. And it's not that I'm promising that I'm going to be live streaming every day or something like this. But in case I get a strike from YouTube and I can't go live here, in a situation like that, I'm more likely to end up, okay, I'll do my daily streaming on Rumble and stuff. And already have a backup system ready to go. And even if I don't, in certain streams I might elect to go live to Rumble only. So I want to make a video of the market with beats. I know that can be sensitive on YouTube, so I'll make it on Rumble. And I don't need to go live to YouTube. So beware of all the satanic deceivers. There's a cult of satanic, fake, wicked, evil Christian gangsters that part of a stalking murder cult that work to destroy a real Christian's life. So that's really sick. I've seen a lot of Christian YouTubers participating in gang stalking and they start calling for the gang stalking, which means they work for a program to destroy a person's life with persecution. So hell has a special place. Because people have been working to persecute me, all kinds if they did it to Christ himself and said not to me. So, on judgment day. Christian have wrath with the day of wrath, revelation, righteous judgment of God. And to people that are saved, if they've been participating in this, they will get curses in this life. That's why they're so miserable and happy and not blessed by God. That's why they don't have blessings. That's why they don't have the blessings of God. That's why like mediocre and weak and sick and ugly and low energy and like unimpressive across the board. It's because they're not blessed by God. So it's not only the Christians will be hurt for the sins by the presence of an active evil, but by the absence of a good. Meaning, if you're a Christian, you'll be chastened by God. So people that are persecuting me, that's a serious sin. If they're lost, they're gonna suffer worse in hell like a fire. the same. They get devil by God for the sins in this life, chastening. Scripture is how he receives. What is the son if the father chasteneth not? But if we be without chastisement, then are bastards, not sons. No chastening for the present sin to be joyous. So basically, chastening defined by God. It's not like, oh, His grace. He gives you so much good that you get sick of it. That's not the chastening tactic. God chastens you in a way that makes you feel bad, suffering, basically. So Christians get chastened by God for sins. And one of the worst things you can commit if you're a Christian is to participate in wicked persecution of another Christian. And Jack makes it the seventh of these Christians are talking from Poland. And Brandon Holt, Klaus, Eddie Woods, and others. So they're part of a stalking death murder cult, like a witch hunt, where they have like a secret brainwashing, work to dehumanize their target, and be like you're a evil person. So, anyway, beware of my Rumble account, click on Michael Rumble. You can find by clicking my about page, scroll down, look for Rumble, click the Rumble link, subscribe. Either make a channel, subscribe to me, or I'll send a bookmark. Now you can't leave comments or click buttons if you don't have an account. Now you can watch videos on Rumble. So, I made a video 2021 or 2022 showing foreshadow of pandemic. So I see this copycat counterfeit shields. Pastor try copy, I've been talking about the pandemic, okay? And showing while it was still going on, it had been started, this was planning advance. I can show it to you. While it was still going on, okay? I was making videos like that. Yeah, this was foreshadowed. Look at this video, this foreshadowed this. And I said, oh, now it's over. It's like, oh, yeah, Jonathan read this. So, what was it called, this global viral crisis? COVID-19. Aftermath called AI, 1919. A1, B2, C2, B4, so on and so forth. H8, 7G, okay. AI. COVID, AI, in aftermath called 19. V, the letter V, shape order. The letter V is a carrot shape. See? So if I wanted to make like a spear tip that's supposed to create a puncture with the human body, if you put this down here and you sketch it on a slab of steel and then hydroxy cut it or use the laser or something like this, that would work as a tip, the shape. For top, that's designed to pierce the skin and enter the body, the V shape. Okay. Now you can also have a tube that's cut diagonally, and it's like half of a V, almost a V. Okay, do you understand? Well, it's not fully a V. This is like one cut. If you have like a steel tube, and you cut it diagonally like this, it's not really a V, but it's close to a V. Okay. And you can use that needle into like a lawn, for example, and then put a pole in it and use it to hang flowers. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And that's a clock. That's a clock. It should not be better with. I said complete this. Because this sign, I gotta build it. I gotta build like a floor, like a flower stand somewhere before all said and done. The flawless hat. Okay. I have the blueprints. You just gotta do like it. Get some guys that can work hard and do they want some guys that don't have proper spine. Maybe I'm looking at a gas station or outside Home Depot. See if there's some guys there that are not afraid to break the sweat and like work hard with that gardening. Can you help me out? Okay. Can you help me out with this? Okay. There's a guy called Carlos that I made on Poo's pedal. I feel like he might be the guy for the job. If you watch this Carlos and you're looking for like a day's work, I feel like you might be just the type of person. That it's like I've been looking to hire to help me do like landscaping on the house and stuff like this if I get to that point. Okay. So anyway, so cool. I gotta finish up soon. Still waiting. Yeah, so beware of my lumber account. And like I said, sensitive use be advised, spoiler alert, because I don't know what like the plot is to achieve, which means I don't know what's gonna happen. I like it so much. It's like in case the Illuminati set fire to my house or something, that could happen live around. So ahead of time, sensitive use be advised. I can't control on live stream what happens in the environment. That means it could be a bird that flies into my window, crashes, and the sensitive use could be disturbed by that. Like, what? Oh, there's a dead bird that crashed into my window. Well, it's not up being alive, but it's like, do you understand? So it's like, I can't guarantee that there won't be things happening in my license that sensitive use would not be disturbed by. Okay. So this is how it is. If you license anywhere, you can't completely control the environment. Okay. Now you can control your human will to make sure that you're not vulnerable to like radical plot twists and things. Because it's like you're reading the last chapter. Also, but I can't guarantee certain things won't happen and things like this. So especially on Rumble, okay, because on Rumble that's more like a platform where if there's something I need to go live and it's like the night that the deep state sent a SWAT team to get me to a psych ward because I'm a persecuted Christian, told me state persecution need to discredit me because I've been whistleblowing about the state persecution almost up to being a persecuted Christian. So it boils down to why I get put in a psych ward because I'm a Christian being persecuted in this nation. And they've been working to stir up people in the city against me, things like this. And working to target me in ways to make you lose your mind at me and get me. And then it's like you lose your mind and get really mad on it from the target. So they're working to drive you nuts. And then sometimes it works. So that's really beautiful, the truth. It's like, oh, Mike and Dargo, we're working to drive you insane 24/7. And after 10 years of that, including attacking your body, okay? It's like, oh, now and then you like you lose your temper, going like a leaving rant and say bad things like this. Okay. Well, it kind of takes away the state. It's like, wow, the compass is that the deep state prosecution bar has been working to drive me nuts. Okay. Working to piss me off and anger me, working to destabilize me psychologically, attacking my body, my mind, things like this. So that's dogma. It's like the system targets you. And then it's like you lose your temper, and it's like, oh, the guy is losing his temper, he's crazy, put him in a psych ward. Okay. That's dogma. It's called. Now, when I was whistleblowing about state persecution. There's a lot of people in the city that are agents, work for this deep state persecution program. I enjoy not having the chat off. I gotta keep going out with the chat off. So take that. You're gonna lose your ability to even have a chance to, which means it's gonna force the enemy to be more obvious with the harassment, noise harassment, and stuff when I go live to sabotage it, because I'll take away the ability to send fly mics to the chat while interference. So they had to double down on targeting noise harassment, intended to stress me out when I'm live, and like wrong number calls, a phone salesman, or do you understand how things like this? Anyway, I'm gonna finish up. It takes courage to be a Christian warrior like I am and stand up against these persecutors. One man of God like Samson versus the Philistines. One versus many, see? One man of God versus thousands of people. That's the truth for me. I'm a Christian being persecuted. I'm one man. And there's thousands of people that are wicked, ungodly enemies of God. Heathens, calling me a child of God. So it's like archetype, it's the same thing as Samson versus the Philistines. It's also David versus Goliath, because it's me versus the deep state through the Swedish government. See? So it's one versus many, and one versus something larger than that, the deep state Illuminati. And I've been able to not to survive, but to thrive despite the total. Thanks to God. So as far as I'm concerned, God has made an open shoot with these people, having triumphed over them. That I'm ripped with a six-pack and as energetic and capable mentally and physically as I've been, despite what this program has done to me with nearly the resources. That is basically God is glorified in the lack of effect from the target. They look at everything they've done, in how good shape I've been despite that. See? So, yeah, that's how it works. Also, you need to know that if you see me engaged in a violent, something, I end up in a violent confrontation, some kind of violence, in a Rumble stream or YouTube stream or Facebook stream or something like this, when doing a RL stream, you can counter the fact that I was responding to an enemy combatant. Meaning, if you see me end up like in a shouting match and the person gets physical and I find somewhere, you can counter the fact that the person was a flying monkey working for this deep state persecution program that has been attacking me physically and threatening to murder me, attacked me physically, harassed me daily for many years, and targeted my loved ones too. So I can't control if I get to speak about and give my side of the story after. I can't control that outcome 100%. But I can control what I say in my videos before, if and when something like that happens. So here we are. So if you would see me end up getting into some kind of shouting match or physical, you can counter the fact that the person was an enemy combatant, meaning somebody working, a wicked persecutor, flying monkey, that either, if you see me in the IRL stream, and I walk up on somebody and confront them, and just like you don't maybe even hear speak Swedish, but like wow, stuff like this, you can tell it's like I confronted somebody. You can counter the fact that they either were somebody doing something in the moment preceding that, like leading up to that reaction, provoking me, attacking with psychological, sudden warfare or physical warfare for this persecution program, or they're a person that I know from before. This is one of these people gets sent to go where I am. This person has told me for the program before, and this is the time that I picked to confront him about it. See? And I don't have to prove the guilt of anything. The Bible church have been told with criminal terroristic abuse, and I never was given the court proving guilt of anything. Just started attacking me with violence. For the program attacks me with physical violence too. So I don't have to prove anybody's guilt of anything. If I want to confront somebody about something, I didn't get anything in court. I don't look guilty. I see them, they're bad is what I'm saying. And I have a right to confront them about it, see? Because either we all have human rights, like due process, or none of us do, see? So I don't have to prove anybody's guilty of anything. It's not like, oh, Mike, I probably would make a police report. Okay, the Swedish police are in on this. Okay, if there's somebody, if I have the right to run up on somebody, confront them, or walk up on them, you might see that in my future IRL streams. It's happened before. I confronted people in my streams. So win, lose, draw, whatever happens. It's like I just started to confront somebody and lose an argument, or win the argument kind of hard, and guys just said I proved the box, but yeah, that might happen live. Okay. So there's certain people that I already know that if I end up seeing them in public, I can't wait to catch these people in public. It's like there's certain people who have told me for a point before that I also, when I'm on the balcony smoking, they get sent out to walk past my back to make me feel harassed. Then maybe when it's not in a group at a distance, but if I run into them and it's within 12 feet with their body holding their head or not, if I want to confront them, I could. Okay. So there's a lot of people that are on that list. People who might get confronted in the flesh, live on the internet, whatever happens to them, they'll be in the live stream. I don't know, or somewhere else. Okay. So this type of stuff, they're not impossible. It could happen. People that have told me before that I might confront next time if and when I see them. People that have abused me before, that if I run into them, I might confront them live on the internet. And once on the internet, always on the internet, like you guys have to talk about. That's what can I say? So it's not illegal to confront people. Like if I saw my neighbor piss in my mailbox, and the next time, if I see the guy got confronted by, hey, scumbag, you piss in my mailbox, why did you do that? And it's like, oh, we're gonna fight. Okay, if you're gonna fight, then it's gonna happen live on YouTube. Okay, win, lose or draw. And really, if you start attacking or something like this, I had to become like a hobby lawyer over here. But here's the point. Amateur, meaning unpaid. So amateur doesn't really deal with the competence level, but the unpaidness. Okay, meaning I'm not paid anything, so therefore I don't refer to myself an amateur. So that's the point. Yeah, there's certain people that would deserve to get confronted in a strong way, and it's up to me if I do that or not. And it's like if you don't want to be confronted by abusing people, then don't be a secret government snitch rat fucking Stasi agent, part of a secret fucking army that harasses people for the government. And somebody has been letting get away with that third time's row with long suffering, and they finally see you again. It's like they finally have nothing to confront you about it. It's like you're a stalking weirdo, leave me alone or something like this. It's like who made the decision for you to finally confronted you by what you do? See? So, whatever. It's not illegal to confront people. I had a Swedish social worker work for the Swedish government try to put words in my mouth too. Okay. And some of the things he said seemed like veiled threats, a Swedish social worker, when I was in a meeting. Somebody felt like it could be veiled threats too by the state, see? Because here's the point. I know this. The deep state doesn't like me licensing when I'm in public. Part of the reason is it's hard for them to recruit like average Joes, middle-aged, like family men, to be a secret agent to show up in the supermarket harassing me. Because especially one of the things that make it hard for them to recruit people is that I'm known to do IRL streams around the public. So it's like, hey, we want you to have a job to keep showing up around Mike and suddenly harass him. And just the fact that I'm on IRL stream makes it harder for them to get like the next door average Joe type person, like Jane next door, or something, girl next door type of person, to harass me because they know that I might turn the camera as a fucking flying monkey harassing me again or something like this. And it's like they're doing something wrong, see, they know that. So I had a social worker tell me, employee, that it's like, oh yeah, it's like putting words in my mouth. It's like when you're running up on people with your camera or something like this. I don't do that. I walk around live streams, sometimes people show up stalking me in public. And I turned the camera to me. Oh, it's the like seventh time I see this person when I'm going to shops and like this. So it's like trying to put words in my mouth to paint me as a dangerous person. It was like when you got your sunglasses running up on people with the cameras and like this. Just try, and I have audio video recording of that interaction, including what he said I interpret as a veiled threat. That things could go really wrong if I keep lying in public. Okay. This is the level it's got into. Okay. And he most likely knew that I was correct to recording the meeting. But it's like, even they're communicating things as a social work employee, I interpret as veiled threats. Okay. There's like, you're not going to be as protected in a psych ward or something like this. They're kind of subtle veiled things. If I would decipher it, it'd be like, I could break it down to you what the hidden communication was. But it's like very subtle veiled stuff. Definitely putting words in my mouth. Another thing the Swedish state has done is like they don't want me to be a Christian martyr in case they put me in a psych ward. So they have written false things into my files, okay? So for example, when they interview me, psychologists, which means now I can't trust psychologists because they've been doing a smear campaign in my records. So it's like after I had a follow-up with a psychologist after I got committed, it's like, oh, you're really into the Vikings or this, which is like an affront because I'm a Christian that's been ranting about my disdain for like heathen nations and cultures and reproving the Swedish Viking religion and how silly it is. And then when I go to psycho, they ask about what are your hobbies of this? Well, I like history. It could be anything from like architecture in the Middle Ages to like French cooking or something like this. And then they kind of like, Mike is super fanatic about Viking stuff, which is like saying, writing in the psychological records, this Muslim loves pork and is obsessed with it. See? Do you understand? That's the level that they've gone to, where they're doing a smear campaign. And I didn't find it out before I went to like a checkup with a doctor to talk about stuff, kind of like a checkup, I guess, after I had been sexually like put on a hold, or whatever it's called, Eva. And it's like, oh yeah, they're really into Vikings, it says here. So they're reading stuff into my files that it's like, I didn't tell them, I don't recall saying it. Okay. It's like, oh, we don't want it to be the truth. It's like Mike has been on YouTube before, put him in a psych ward and Epstein him in here. Okay. Poison him or make him have an accident or whatever. To be like, I'm a Christian being persecuted by the Swedish state, they won't be in a psych ward, okay? Or dead or in prison. And they'd be like, oh, okay, the Swedish state got him in a psych ward and he died there. See? It's like, well, we need to get some stuff in his record to make him look like not a Christian or something like this. It's always like I have so many reasons not to trust the Swedish medical system. I've also had fly monkeys threaten me that they're gonna lobotomize me. Do you understand how dehumanizing and infuriating it is? What I've had to be subjected to from flying monkeys. They've got a flying monkeys to communicate veiled threat they might lobotomize me or something like this. And like cyber stalks online, foreshadowing and threatening if we're gonna put in a psych ward, then we're gonna get in a psych ward, something like this. Do you understand? So it's like I really don't like this type of stuff, and I'm a human being, okay. And 2 times being abused is enough, okay. Just look at it, okay. They said it's like enough is enough. Look at the situation. Like 2 times pick up someone is enough. Now if it's 20 times, that's a lot of times. Okay, that's more than enough. So here's the point. I brought down here, okay. Here's a list of ministries and so-called Christians sell out deep state shills that have taught me for the persecution program. And I wrote Christian targeters, Rafik Arnold, David Bursins, Andy Woods, Brandon Holthouse, do the Bible Church. I used this Sharpie here. So it's like in the absence of something else. I brought it down here. And this is a short list of Christian ministries, pastors, Bible teachers so-called, that have taught me with narcissistic abuse for this state persecution program called gang stalking. Same program that targets me in real life.
So it's like part of it's like the urge to leave a mark. If I'm analyzing myself and introspective, self-reflective, it's like the times of crises can create a sense of urgency to be like make your mark, basically. To be like, I want to have this, like, okay, like here's people that have told me for the record in case something happens to me, I get put in a psych ward again or something like this, and I take me out of there. Okay. If there be something, some kind of crime scene investigation, part of the investigation would be taking pictures of my home if something would happen here. And it would be a picture of whatever I scratched into my table. Okay. It would be possibly next like a ruler in the photo. Do you understand? So I can control certain things that the system is obliged to document. They haven't like me to document stuff, but there's certain ways I can navigate my free will where they will be forced to document and like make my communication part of the public record forever. Okay. A FOIA requestable by the average Swede. So anyway, here's a point. For example, just like, do you understand? It's like if the deep state would send like a cracker jump through my window, I would have been shaded, I fired him, and then the cops show up, there's something that happened, to take pictures. Like part of FOOP, Federal Search Protocol, would be like something that stands out, like he's reading a list of names with a Sharpie on his desk, understand? Christian targeters, understand? And it would be a cover-up if they didn't photograph it. Because standard practice is you ought to document the environment. So I've been taught with malevolence for many years, and I'm not a high conflict or conflict seeking person, but it gets to a point where I'm starting to think in different ways, and I'm starting to feel good about having switched my attitude and changed my ways, understand, and preparing for the future. So, like I said before, I can't control everything that happens to me. Like if I go out on the balcony in the deep state ship with a dark in the leg and I collapse here, but it's like, well, what I said in the on my videos on the internet before that happened, I could control that. So if I brought something in a notebook, I could control that. So. I'm gonna keep resisting these people. I'm gonna keep resisting these people. I've been disgusted with so-called other Christians because it's like I've been persecuted like the guy. I'm left alone to seek after my life, see? And it's like, where's the remnant then? See? Notice there's no remnant anymore. I've been a sole man of God being persecuted in this nation. And there's no other like Christians that are like pastors or people that are like, hey, we're looking to help you out, Mike. Can we help out somehow? No, they've been turning a blind eye to body of Christ, other Christians. Everything's happened to me. So I can truly say, yeah, I'm like that guy. See, which I've been here like, yeah, there's people working to target me. I came close to dying from the targeting. And I keep targeting until I die. And of my people, there was none of me. And I looked, and behold, there was none to uphold. See? Isaiah somewhere. That's a cross-reference. And I looked, and behold, and there was none to uphold. And of my people, there was none with me. And then also this other verse was like, I'm left alone to seek after my life. See? And you can go, well, there is a remnant. Oh, okay. Really? There's no remnant. I've been live streaming on YouTube for 7 years now. Mike's a persecuted Christian target video. Live stream, making videos on I am persecuted and teaching things like this. So it's about this like whatever. It's like I'm gonna discuss now. Nice things. Yeah, so I have a right to confront flying monkeys if I want to. And there's people that have told me before
that I can't promise that I won't confront them if I run into them again. I don't care if they like that. Okay. So it's hard for people to accept a conspiracy this big, that the government has a secret persecution program targeting people. There's a woman called Stalked by the Feds. Who's got an Instagram, and it's like, in a perfect world, I want to like promote her channel, but I'm not going to deny reality. I mean, I can see that she's a part of the problem, and personally, I would believe that I would count as a fake TI, counterintelligence agent. To be like, here's the main voice of the TI community. Here's the control position, like the system approved to target individual on the internet. I remember they had to sell these counterintelligence agents as if the system is trying to sell somebody to you, like, oh yeah, Alex Jones, he's not a shield, he's fighting the deep state, which is what I'm really doing in the right way, or have been doing a lot of time. And if I go call out that Alex Jones is a shield, Alex Jones is a deep state shield, fake truther, like he's pretending to be, I'm out here taught by the deep state. What I see them do is they work to sell the person. Like, oh, but look, he's got, oh, Trump is not part of the deep state. Look, he's got court cases. They're dragging him through the court system. Which, like, basically, Trump showing up for The Apprentice. Okay, sit in this room for 4 hours, paid handsomely. Okay. Do you understand? It's like a show trial. That's what I believe. I also believe that the Trump assassination attempts were fake. Where's the scar on his ear if he got shot by a bullet? Okay. I called it, like, the same night that he broke it, I heard of it. I called it as fake. You know the one, where they had bleachers and he's doing a speech, and there's a guy supposed on the roof that shoots at him. And he goes, he got shot and it does this. All the words are staged. I believe that was a staged fake assassination to sell Trump as, look, he's taught by the system. I talked about this for a long time. It's like the system works like this. Andrew Tate, we don't want to listen to really Mike SAHA, who's really taught about the deep state system. So it's like, give them fake, like system approved rebels, okay? It's like, here's the system. Let's have this guy be a guy who's like, this guy's a rebel against the system, okay? That's how they operate. So, oh, but look, Andrew Tate went to prison in Romania or something like this, because these are things that happen to real people like me. Get put in a psych ward, get lied about and things like this. I've had assassination attempts. I got shot in the leg with a dart gun or whatever it was, and I have nerve damage in my right leg more than 3 years after it happened. Now, I do believe that the Trump so-called assassination was fake, and they're doing that to sell him to you as a. They're working to sell him. So it's like, oh, he's taught by the deep state. No, Trump is a deep state shill. He's a puppet. And they're working to sell him to you as not a deep state shill. So, the supposed assassination attempt was what? It was Trump standing and holding a speech. And then what do you see? There's a bleacher stacked with people, packed with people behind him. There's a gunfight, like reports. Bang, bang, bang. He grabs himself with his blood. Now, why don't you see bullet impacts? I analyzed this, and I already knew Trump was a deep state shill. And I already have been talking about, well, they're working to make it look like Trump's talking about a system. And when it broke, it's like new assassination attempt. I looked at the video and analyzed it, and basically the video is Trump is standing here, and there's a bleacher full of people behind him,
like this gunfire. Now, why don't you see bullet impacts? If there were several near misses, why don't you see bullet impacts like sparks from a copper jacket hitting concrete or metal, or if it's like wood or whatever, it'll be there'll be like splinters or something. You'll see the size of the rounds impacting around him. So since he missed all his rounds, sans one except one, there was a glancing blow. Why don't you see bullet impacts? You have a wide angle and several misses, okay? Why don't you see impacts, other people being hit behind Trump? Because there's kind of packed, it's a target-rich environment. So he's missing, which means he's sitting around Trump. There's people all around Trump, and there's no visible like bullet impacts or people being impacted by bullets. Okay. Now here's how they could have done it. They have a Hollywood like blood pack. Not one of these. They have ones that have like a small like little charge in it, and they can time it. So it's like it looks. The guy wears a T-shirt in Quentin Tarantino movie, and it's like gunfire, like bang, and it's a kind of there's like a red state. It looks like it's getting hit. Okay, and it explodes too, so you can like rip the shirt off like this. That's the point. Not that type, but they got basically like a freezer bag, like a thin plastic with Hollywood blood, okay, fake blood. And he's got it on his freaking toupee and his hat up here. And then the cue is blanks going off, bang, 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 third or fourth one, you act here. Like, and that now he broke it, see. And then there's blood. Very simple. I got a blood pack here on the freaking toupee, riff raff, Rocky Horror Head, to quote Northern. He's got under his riff raff, Rocky Horror Head, he's got a blood pack up here, and like his hat, MAGA hat. And then bang, 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 and he goes like this, and then just grab himself here. He breaks the blood pack, okay? And it's been prepped to break easily, they rehearsed this. He breaks it, and this what appears to be blood. And it goes fight, see. That's simple. That's more. It's like, I'm not down with my ICC. So you want to believe in Santa Claus. You want to believe that it's like bang, 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 and there's no bullets, nobody being hit behind it. But it was a real assassination attempt. And the guy was about maybe 100 yards away or something like this. Long gunman. And here's how they could have done with a patsy, where they have some isolated person. And I've talked about this too before. Okay, this type of stuff you have been hearing about me breaking down the system and how things operate. Okay, and apparently, I've talked about this too. The Vegas shooter. Okay, that was most likely a deep state terror attack. Okay, like 9/11. They planned in advance. I won't be surprised if I start looking. I could find like foreshadowing it in pop culture. Okay, nice point. The guy who was supposedly in a Vegas hotel and shot out the window at a concert outside. Okay. Now, how they could have done that is he's there. This is a Juliet agent. Okay. He's a guy who's like a gambling addict. She slips off in his drink. And she goes, hey, honey, let's go to the hotel room and I give you like a massage or something like this. And okay. See, and she's the CIA agent. Okay. So her job is to approach this guy in a bar, see. Classical interwork. He's a lone guy, he's a gambling addict. They're in Vegas, drinking the bar. Her job, oh, hello, okay. She's some woman shows up. It's like, hey, the next one's on me, and it's got some date rape drug and stuff like this. And it's like, let's go to the room after finish the drink. And then he's in the room now, knocked out. CIA hit team shows up, 2-man team. He's passed out, gunshot wound to the head, to appear self-inflicted. Dude is shooting out the window and then disappear. And then he's left on the scene of crime. And it's like, oh yeah, he shot himself after finishing the shooting. See? So that guy could be innocent. Okay. And framed. See? So similar was like this guy who was allegedly the Trump shooter. He could have been a guy who was like mentally deranged, okay? Like a learned disabled guy. Somebody is like not all there for some reason, okay? Somebody's like more vulnerable to deception for some reason. And it's like, okay, hey, we look at it's like you got a job here, be a secret agent, like the Dula Bible Church play International Spy Academy, and you watch the Disney movies to prime me for this recruitment, because we've been normalizing that, and like Spy Kids, cool Disney movies, what Nickelodeon going up. It's like, hey, it's the deep state. We need you to help Trump. Gotta be like a training event to like. We need you to participate in real or fake shooters or whatever. Sell them somehow, or like you be there firing blanks at President Trump, and then somebody will come and like get you off the roof, and then it'll be like, oh, psych, you got shot. Okay. See, another event that I thought about is the North Hollywood shootout. Could also be an Illuminati stage event. Okay, Emil Monteserrat and Larry Phillips, the infamous '97 North Hollywood shootout, which problem action solution changes. So we can see the problem and the solution. And I'm speculating that the problem might have been engineered by the deep state. See? So it's like we want to militarize police in America. And right now we're not ready for the tiptoe, we're not ready for a leap, like a big step to get this next milestone on our agenda to have like police having full auto ARs and ballistic shields and MRAPs, turretless MRAPs, mine resistant, ambush protected, meaning like it looks too militaristic. So if you'd be like 40 years ago, be like, hey, public, lawmakers are proposing that police will have like turretless military vehicles, okay, like bulletproof, and assault rifles that are used in wars, okay, and all this stuff. There's going to be hard sell to get people to go along with. And people will protest against militarization of police. Okay. Now, if you have a problem, it's like, oh, there was this shooting where the cops were underpowered, outmasked. So for this reason now we need to have the cops have high level gear, see, militarized police. So anyways, the point. I don't know, but it's like, according if you look into the history of the North Hollywood shootout, they have been caught, like they were like the high incident bandits they were called, and they have been stopped by cops with like a trunk full of ski masks, South ammunition, pipe bombs, or something like this, and like weapons. So basically, it's like looks like a bank robber kit, okay, and have been let go. Like they went to police, they were kind of let go and kind of okay, and you would expect that it'd be like they'd be going to prison for like 15 years for something, but they like let go without a year somehow. Okay, which could have been these guys were already CIA assets, or the FBI were kind of seeing them. It's like, yeah, we want them to keep hitting banks, and eventually we use these guys to be like, hey, look at what this guy's been doing. We need to militarize the police, everybody. Okay, so they go, and it's like, no, if somebody gets the call, hey, this is a matter of national security, this is the head of the FBI, let these guys go, okay? And they get let go. See, something like that. Because there's like an anecdote before the North Hollywood shootout, they were caught with like bank robber kit in the back of the truck, like full auto weapons, like pipe bombs, smoke bombs, grenades, type, something like that. Some kind of pyrotechnic and explosive devices. Like the bank robber hoodies and like a lot of ammo. Okay. And for some reason they like within a month will let go or something. Okay. So here's a truly theoretical. It's like the deep state wanted to militarize the police. So we need the right type of crisis, okay, to call for militarization of police, problem action solution. So don't let a good crisis go to waste. So the deep state can either manufacture a crisis like 9/11, or they can see one breeding and let it happen rather than interfere with it. See, it's like, oh, okay, do you understand? It's like they can be like, we want this to happen, let it happen, then we use it to push for this agenda milestone that we have planned. Do you understand? So anyway, it's quite possible that the deep state wanted them to keep hitting banks, or that they were. It's not impossible that they were at some point approached and like recruited to be asked to be like, yeah, keep hitting banks, try to get away with it, stuff like this, and only like sight It's like the cops kill them and then maintain hotels. See? So it's possible they have been approached and be like, yeah, we let you rob these banks, okay? We let you get to you. Okay, and then it's like, oh, psych, it's like we got taken out there mental hotels. Or it could just have been them. They were watching, knew who they were, and it's like, yeah, okay, we're hoping that this will turn into a wild shootout. We know what these guys have, the arsenal, and it will be like a wild shootout happening. If these guys keep robbing banks like this, maybe eventually be a shootout. And then we can use it to like, see, these guys have full load AK-47s and all this stuff, and the police are on the match, so we need to militarize the police now. Okay. So they could have seen the crisis brewing and not interfere with it, or they could have manufactured the crisis themselves. Also, the timing were at the start of the heist. There was a police car just happened back past just as they entered the bank. Okay. That detail too is interesting. Where it could have been like working to trigger a reaction. Anyways, the point. No matter what, the end result was to use it to militarize the police because they want to have the police have more. They need to normalize it. Like they know that the public's not ready for it. It's like, okay, the norm now is police having like revolvers and handguns. And it's like, well, we can't just get the public to accept. Like at the start of next year, we'll have them have like MRAPs, APCs, and ballistic shields and military rifles and all this stuff. Because it's not gonna go over well. But with the right type of crisis, we could call for it, push it, like 9/11, say. And that's a crisis they manufactured. So anyways, the point. The Vegas shooting, I think that could have been a deep state event. And the guy could have been a guy that they murdered and planned on the scene. Okay. I've used this before as an example. It's like if the deep state want to push for gun control, okay, in the nation, they could have a guy, let's say the Anders Behn Breivik guy in Norway who went on a shooting spree on Island. They could have a guy like that recruited to do a shooting like that. Okay. And it's like a government agent. And then we use it to make it harder. Right now in Norway, some people can get like semi-auto hunting rifles. And that's too powerful a weapon. And we want to disarm the public more. So like we get this patsy up to be like an asset to do like a terror attack on this island, Utøya. And then we use this to be like, hey, look, this guy was able to get a license for these guns. Look what he did. We need to make it hard to get guns in Norway, everybody. See? Or if he was like an organic category, yeah, we know what this guy's planning to do. Let him do it, and then we use it to. So here's the thing. There's very few things happen in this world that the deep state don't let happen. Like you mean to tell me that that guy was able to plan all this stuff and carry it out with the surveillance society we have now, where everybody's being spied on. So the Vegas shooter, he could have been the patsy and murdered and planted on the scene of the crime. To go, oh, that's the guy who did this. Also, there was a shooting in Sweden, a school shooting. And notice how I said to predict the behavior of the deep state here in Sweden, the prime minister. When it broke, it's like there's been a shooting in a gymnasium in Sweden. I think it was on a TikTok live. And here's what I see it's going to happen. Politicians are going to be seen in media, Swedish politicians calling for gun control. Because that's what the deep state are about. And sure enough, within like 2 weeks, the Swedish prime minister is in a press conference. Yeah, we need to have more gun control. So make it harder for Swedish citizens to have a gun license. And like these type of guns, AR-15s. Okay. So it's not that I'm lucky, it's just that I understand the deep state and how they operate to a workable degree. Yeah, so anyway, here's what you need to know. Deep state is Trump is a deep state shill, a puppet. He's not a free agent like a loose cannon out here. The so-called assassination attempts have been staged to sell him as a rebel, to make him look real to you. Same with Elliot Tate. Work to make it look as if the system's out to get him, see? Like, here's the best way to control the opposition leader ourselves. We don't want to listen to real rebels like Mike. It's like, hey, give them Andrew Tate. Okay. Give them Andrew Tate. And then we had to make it look like he's being targeted, like people that really are a threat to the system and talk about the system. Or to sell them. To sell the person too. The German government had a poem called Zersetzer. In the 70s and 80s in Germany. And this persecution point I'm talking called government gang sabotage virus is a modern day global equivalent of that. Yeah, so I've been taught with persecution for many years. Being a Christian. State persecution. Unfortunately, the average Christian leadership position having person, they are the radio station sellout. They don't care about what's right and wrong, they're just like fakes. Where I think Arnold is the radio station sellout, so it's like they sell out for not being good Christians enough, say. They're supposed to stand for the truth and not submit to evil. But they do. There's been many things done to me by the state that ought not to have been done. The founding fathers weren't happy about being oppressed and tyrannized either. And I share the same spirit. It just doesn't sit right with tyranny. Especially not knowing the truth. So you need to be aware of that, and you can take it or leave it. Most people talking to you, there are major platform having people or system shields. Count on that, you'd be better off. Meaning, you're better off counting it as if everybody's a shield unless proven otherwise. If they're major, okay. If somebody is, I don't care if they're pretending to be a conspiracy theorist like Alex Jones. He's a shield. That's a good example of a shield. And you need to be aware of that. So if you're listening to somebody, a major podcaster, a talking head, the new establishment, meet the new establishment is the fake anti-establishment, non-establishment. I've talked about this for years. It's like they know the elites, the deep state. It's like people have lost trust in the mainstream media. It's like we need to capture people like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. And the shields always cover for each other. So Joe Rogan has a clip. Alex Jones is not a government agent. Okay. Shield approved, okay. He's got a deep state shield stamp for approval. He's not a deep state shield or anything in the Bible. Not to see people move on. So, that's the point. The words of Lord of pure words is sealed with pure for the first words several times. Let's talk about the word of God, not the word of Satan, the New King James and other things. Thank God that Edward P.F. got cancer. Edward P.F. was a guy who was helping the deep state to persecute the Christian brothers to death, meaning he was making videos, free PR propaganda videos for the deep state. It was like, anybody can be stressed on the gun to crazy, stay away from them. Which means it's like doing PR and helping the deep state to get around the gang stalking, which is what a persecution program. That I'm a Christian being told about persecution, and he helps them. It'd be like a guy in World War II making videos like, yeah, the Nazis want to murder Jews, it's okay. If Jews came to be taught by the state in Germany, they're crazy, stay away from them. Okay, that's not happening. Do you understand? Okay, so I'm not surprised that you reap what you sow. Gang stalking is like a cancer that starts targeting somebody and doesn't stop until the person dies from the targeting. And it's like a cancer. So I'm not surprised that it will be that God allowed him to be destroyed by cancer. The Bible teaches, vad blir det many masters from the bishop see the condemnation. And the Bible teaches Christians get chased from the Lord, which means, and Ed himself has made videos on this. So he said, I don't care. So, oh, Mike, this is sensitive. I don't care if you think that. It's like it's pretty sensitive of him to help the government murder me, help the wicked deep state murder a Christian brother with a persecution program. You help him with that as a useful idiot at best. Okay, so you're helping a program as a cancer, and you God has allowed you to be destroyed by cancer. You reap what you sow. So, yeah, and I believe it's his choice. So God allowed the cancer to go into remission. And I was still out here reproving him, but he chose to reject it. So he could have gone like, I repent, Mike, I'm sorry, I can't know if you told or not, or something like this. Or accepted my truthful testimony that I am being persecuted. So he had like a remission where he was able to make videos on the regular again. And he didn't. It was within the power of his hand to do right, okay, and he was held it. So here's the point. And then after that, the cancer came back, and he's been reeling from that, unable to make videos. So I thank God that God allowed it to have cancer. Okay, I do. That they may know that this is thou, and Lord, that thou hast done it. But do that for me. In that very destruction, let him fall. Anyway, that's the point. I also saw Mother Richard reap on what he's on. He's another Christian pastor that I saw targeting for the game soccer. I could tell. There's all these people I was watching his videos on the regular, like Brandon Holtas, Andy Woods at the Bible Church. And at a certain point in time, he started targeting for the persecution point, the ways that they do. Narcissistic dogs use like subtle psychological warfare in his videos, like tailor-made, including like the run-of-the-mill tactic, where it's like the referencing you settle down the pipe like a gas on a spin on it. And other viewers can't tell what's going on, but the person being told can tell. It's called narcissist always use tactics. And before disappearing off YouTube, he was reporting experiencing some of the things that I've had experienced as a result of the program he started talking for. So, be not deceived, God is not mocked, as some man soweth, that will also reap. So, yeah. And the beauty of it all too is I was vindicated, where I said, before he got destroyed by the cancer and probably can't make videos anymore, I was like, this guy's a bad little mind. Okay. And he's been proving himself to be a bad little mind. Because his last like stretch of videos before getting off YouTube due to the cancer. He came out with his like rank heresy, teaching, separating eternal security from the gospel, and teaching a person doesn't understand eternal security when they read the gospel. That's something they had to get taught later on, quote unquote. Which is bizarre heresy, because the gospel is eternal security. You can't believe the gospel without understanding eternal security at a basic fundamental level. You can't, because you're believing the gospel to be eternally secure. See? So how can you not understand eternal security? At like a level 1, basic level at least. You can't believe the real gospel without getting eternal security, because you are believing the gospel for eternal security. See? So you believe the gospel to for sure go to heaven, not lake of fire when you die. See? You believe the gospel to be saved from an eternal lake of fire and go to heaven with God. So that's, you're believing, so yeah, I'm doing this to be eternally secure. See? How could you, the only way that you could not have eternal security, like understand it, when believing the gospel, is if you believe in a false gospel, one that doesn't promise eternal security. It would have to be a fake gospel, like, well, believe the gospel now, and you might be saved from the lake of fire. You might not end up in the lake of fire, or something like this. Then you won't have eternal security, see? Because it would have to be a fake gospel, like, as long as you don't. So you believe the gospel, and maybe you spend eternity with God in heaven instead of the lake of fire with Satan. So that's a bizarre heresy. And I said it's a blind, let him alone for the blind, it's the blind, bort från the ditch. So his followers have fallen off the dark ditch one. As I predicted, or like as I said, it's a blind, what happens? Fall to the ditch. It's like this guy ends up like with that power in his face, like coming out here as a heretic at the end part of his teaching career. Like his legacy is like cemented as a guy who came up with a bizarre heresy at the last part of his teaching ministry. Okay. And his followers are like falling off like lemmings off the cliff. Because if I go look at his comment section when he started teaching his heresy, that people don't understand eternal security. When they read the gospel, they have to get taught that after they read the gospel. It's like all his followers have been like always in the comment section on the series, like, yes, amen, you're right. And then I started proving like, no, he's wrong, and making videos reproving his heresy. And they'd be like, no, Mike, you're wrong. And one of his followers went, well, any believer that has started in salvation knows. Okay, so it doesn't prove that at some point in time after salvation, somebody has started salvation, doesn't prove that they never have it. So there's a lot of offense. Some believers have started, that doesn't prove they never had it. That proved that they lost it, that they could have lost it. So, and it's like these people are like, yes, amen, and what there must needs to be heresies among you, that they are approved might be made manifest. There must needs to be heresies among you, that they are approved might be made manifest. That's one of the things that heretics do, like a service in development. Okay, if I keep an eye on my YouTube channel, and I see people there, amen, preacher, like his latest video where he gives his participation, and I'm video reproving him for it. If I go to that video tomorrow, and the answer in the comments, amen, preacher. That's a guy who is a Christian, who's amening a cursed false gospel from a wicked, accursed false gospel giving heretic. Which shows that they like discernment and they're not like a man, my equal, that you can take sweet counsel with a fellowship with. They're not somebody that's like a mature believer. Because they're not able to detect a fundamental error, a false gospel. So that's the free grace faith on community due to infiltrators, satanic, wicked heretics and everything going on. It's been infiltrated with these false doctrines. There's a lot of so-called faith on people that teach salvation by faith and prayer, and they falsely equate. Like they confuse calling with believing. Like that's how messed up people are. Where it's like people don't know what the gospel is. Why should I come as a saved person? You don't understand what the gospel is. So it's like if you always had this view, it's like no, you're saved by praying. Okay, then you never saved. You never got saved. If that's all you ever believed, then you never got saved. So unless you had some private moment along your path before showing up saying you're saved by praying, where you believe that you're saved by believing and you believe, okay, it's like then you're lost, okay? So, anyways, the point. There's people now that don't know what the gospel is. Quite a lot of people in the free grace faith, also Satan has been able to infiltrate the free grace faith community with his frauds. I think God is faith law. No, it's not. He teaches sinner's prayer for salvation. Like I think God, not like Stephen Anderson, David Bursins, and other people. David Bursins could rename himself and remove the burr and just leave the sins, David's sins. They were more accurate. David sins. Stronghold Baptist Church, but try to put strong on people's minds and lies. Sinner's prayer is how you say. Yeah. So I'm not the problem, I'm the solution. Most Christians are part of the problem. I've been out here fighting for the truth for years. Where have you been? Okay, other Christians. I've been out here waging a war, hassled in my life, being wounded, hurt, for standing up to the deep state satanic evil people that had captured a lot of Christian pastors, being persecuted. Where have you been? Have you been watching my videos showing the hidden play of your truth? Showing you how to heal yourself from how to know. You're busy listening to sellout fakes that work to control for the deep state. So anyway, I'm gonna finish up on Michael Level Rumble. Who knows? If I want to make a video on the mark of the beast, I'll save it for Rumble. Because it's like if I really want to make a video on that topic, it's one of these topics, is I gotta save it for Rumble. So yeah, I gotta finish up now. There's gonna be another video. Don't get used to not being able to write comments in the chat. I don't need your comments, okay? It's not worth it. It's just like 90% haters and at best 10% positive comments. It's not worth it. And it's not like I need other people. Other people are a nuisance. It's like I do great work, just left them on devices. And other people showing up typically just make the videos worse, okay? They don't bring anything to the table with them. It's just annoying, they irk you. So don't expect me to have the comment section open really. So I'm a persecuted Christian talking with state persecution because I'm a Christian. And yeah, the things that have been done to me ought not to have been done. And it's really wicked stuff. The program has been, they've been poisoning me, attacking my body, my mind, keep recruiting flying monkeys to target me in real life and online. And the founding fathers didn't have to deal with that. See, they were irate about the Brits wanted to tax the tea. They didn't have to deal with the can't go outside or being sprayed with chemicals or shot with covert assassination weapons like CIA dart guns, or they can't go buy food. They don't have the freedom to go buy food in the supermarket without the food being poisoned or something like this. So it's really loathsome and reprehensible. So yeah, I have spoken the truth, and the truth cannot be disproven. Andy Woods is a deep state puppet, okay? Rafi Garner is not a deep state puppet. Brandon Holtas is not a deep state puppet. And I know because the deep state puppets start talking to get told to. So If my YouTube channel goes down and I'm streaming elsewhere, and you're trying to find my channel, despite like the Google shadow banning, so don't trust Google to help you find my new platform. But basically, something that makes it easier. If I stop streaming on YouTube, so I upload something daily, okay? Which means if I don't upload something for a week, that means either I got a strike on YouTube and can't upload anything, okay? They're not letting me upload on YouTube. Or I've been put in a psych ward or in prison or taken out or something like this. So it's like, okay, like, there won't be a week where I'm not uploading something to YouTube as long as I can. And if there's a week where I don't upload something, it means that something made me unable to upload to YouTube. So anyway, that's the point. How to find my channel in case my YouTube channel goes down. You can search on Google or DuckDuckGo, Mike Saha Live. So let's say my YouTube channel goes down and my Rumble account gets taken out, and I start a new Rumble or start streaming somewhere else, like maybe make a new Facebook account and start live streaming there. At least like one or more of the streams, live streams will be titled Mike Saha Live, okay? See? Which means if you search on it, to get, I can explain this. If my YouTube channel goes down today, and there's like nothing's up, I'm trying to find where's Mike, his channel get taken out, and you search Mike Saha Live, you might see, oh, Mike was live on Rumble 12 hours ago. Mike Saha Live, okay. Rumble exclusive right now. Or on Facebook. Mike Saha Live. So that's what you need to be aware of. Yeah, so I didn't pick this one. This one picked me, started talking to me. And I can't sit back and go through this. Just be complacent. I'm not going to become a complacent person that sits back and just enables these satanic dirtbags to do what to do. Alex Jones is a deep state shell. Joe Rogan is also a satanic toner. Is there anybody else? Beware of Robert Baker, too. He's a filthy, wicked, evil heretic. There's another guy who's a Christian gang stalking persecutor, fake Christian, who makes videos just for me to watch them, because he's a freak, weirdo stalker who's part of a witch hunt in Sweden. And it's all these people who got tasked and put up to make a YouTube channel to harass me and do smear campaigns on me if needed, things like this. So he makes videos about me for me because nobody else watches live streams. So because I'm subscribed to keep an eye on him. He's a Swedish gang stalker. Okay. And he uploads a video with some gaslighting psychological warfare just for me to attack me. And then it pulls the videos every time in 12 hours. And it being passive aggressive like no cowardice. It's like a grandma inside a man's body. Like what a whine, what a beta cock bitches. Ugly, weak, low T. It's like an Celtic. It's like a riffraff. It's like he's got nothing going for himself, this guy. It's like a riffraff piece of shit. Ugly, weak, a fearful coward, little scared sissy coward sits and says things about in his videos that he would never say if he went to Oxelösund and like in the supermarket and I saw him and recognized him. I don't think he'd be saying like I'm a antichrist reprobate or something like this to my face. That's okay, but I don't think so. So this guy's a keyboard tough guy. Whiny little jealous bitch. It's like got no talent. It's like, oh, Mike, they're constantly making videos rest of what they do, like gaslighting. So it's like, he's cooked, understand? He's cooked. He gets like no views for his videos. It's just me watch his videos now and then. And he's exposed himself thoroughly as a fake Christian, making videos like, I recommend you to listen to David Icke about the reptilians. He's real good on that, okay? That says like, and this is a guy who edited what was I'm paranoid because I'm calling people government agents, okay? And I've been talking about how parliamentarians, they will tell people to make a YouTube channel, pretend to be a Christian and told me and work to talk bad about me on YouTube, is what I told him. Oh, and then this guy shows up. Mary boy, let's call him that. Oh, he's a Swedish guy, crowding out tactics. Mike Whiteman is the only Swedish king that's only free-based Christian making live streams teaching doctrine here. So we need to crowd out, have another guy, he's like Tolkien and on our side, the deep state. So he shows up and starts like getting into communities that I'm in on YouTube. And starts making narcissistic always use tactics like taunting me. Like for example, after I talk about how the program uses the pirate flag to harass me, the gang stalking persecution program uses the skull pirate flag as a visual to harass me. And I call this guy out as one of these people, he's doing other stuff, he's gang stalker. He goes live after I subscribe to him and has the thunder with the pirate flag. This type of stuff. And makes videos, anyway, that's the point. He's a fake Christian, he's a Swedish gang stalker. He's part of this fucking loser weirdo club, because that's what they are. It's like the riffraff trash of society. It's like little disgusting freaks that are part of a modern witch hunt. It's like a little secret agent group where they're working for the government, targeting other citizens. It's a really disgusting piece of shit. So he's part of the gang stalking, death murder cult. So anyway, so he came on red. And as soon as I quickly saw he's one of these agents of the gang stalker. And he's like, yeah, it's a fake Christian put up here to make a video to target me. And I cried me out. And it starts out with, I see him in a community that I'm active in, because that's his been active, his job is to show up in communities that I'm active in and be like ready to attack and say this guy's nuts and start talking about tolerance and it's like I ask him, like, what's the gospel? I saw him on Jason, this Australian YouTuber. Oh, hey, okay, amen, praise Lord, praise. And I go like, why do you teach you the gospel? I asked him, Matthias. He goes, the whole Bible is the gospel. He also has a website where he calls himself a prophet, okay? Okay. The guy's cooked, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, I'm a free grade, straight on Christians. And then he shows out there with a David Icke question talk. Where it's like, he uploaded a video. Yeah, I recommend you to listen to David Icke about the reptiles, okay? He's really good on that, okay? David Icke is really on target with this talk about the reptiles, okay? The reptiles. Okay, then I recommend you go listen to David Icke about the reptilians. Okay. In another video, he's being charismatic, and he promotes casting demons out of people. So like if you're in the supermarket, there's people who have demons, so you should cast the demons out of them. They're like trying to get me, they think I'm dumb. They think there's a chance I might try this. To be like put in a psych ward without the government having to lie about me. Okay, to be like they think that this guy does subscribe to him if his hand tells to make a video about, hey Christian, you should be out here casting demons out of people in the supermarket. Because they have a projected identification disorder, these narcissistic psychopaths, where they have a devalued fake me in the mind that is dumber and like weaker than the real Mike is. Because who I really am gives them narcissistic injury. Okay. So it's like, well, Mike is doing nothing for his dumbness and walks, because him being a brilliant genius makes us feel bad about ourselves. Okay. So well, in all mind, we make him believe Mike is an idiot. And then they act on that intelligence and make no poor decisions. Where it's like, well, it might work on an idiot, and also on the Bible, if we have a person who subscribes to go, hey, if you're a Christian, you should cast demons on people in the supermarket because they're demon possessed. See? And okay, if talk to you, if they would believe, like, hey, I'm casting demons on you guys, and then people call the cost, but it's a guy walking around casting demons out of people in the supermarket, and you go to the unit bin, and then you'd be actually crazy, okay? For real, don't have to like work and drive you nuts to get it to act out to kind of justify take your video from. So another video we made was calling the name of Lord for salvation. So a wicked heretic on a snake to the grass for this. And I can tell he gets real bold, okay? They love to recruit like unattractive, ugly, weak, beta, bitch, incels with low IQ to have the job for being sloppy. And it's easy for his handlers to get rid of him because he's like a loner, so he's like an incel. And it's like it's easy to get rid of what's done with him. And he might be one of these people that is like, oh, he dies of a heart attack, or just what happened to him, he's gone now, something like this. Because again, what you're done with. So like enjoy your life while it lasts, because these people had tendency to get rid of people like you when they're done with. Okay. And when you enter into the lake of fire, it's going to be worse for you, because you've been a persecutor of the church. So people, I'm a Christian being persecuted. And Christians, like if they're real, some of these pastors, if they're real Christians, Raphael Cole, abandoned hotels, and these other people that have aided and like helped with the persecution, they're gonna have negative consequences in this life. God will inflict upon them. God will chase them. And if there's anything you want to have the sin unto death by cancer or something like this, how to is be a teacher of rebellion masters, one, and then work to help the satanic deep state to murder Christian brother with persecution. How to suffer the sin unto death with cancer, okay? LOPF. One, come across a persecuted brother in Christ while being an overseer and a master, maybe many master, a teacher position Christian, okay? So you get more severe chastening for sins. Then commit one of the most grievous sins you can do. Help the satanic deep state murder a Christian brother with the persecution. Okay. So like how to suffer the sin unto death and have your health destroyed, many sleeps sick. Okay, there is a sin unto death. If there's anything that I think I will give you sin unto death, it's a Christian being murdered by the deep state. Slowly. And you go, this guy's not, stop believing, he's not being murdered, okay? Get away from him, and that makes it easy for them to get away with it, because you're doing PO with this for them. So, there is a God that judges the earth, okay? And there is hiding there. So, anyways, the point. So yeah, Edward P. 43. I don't think that that's what he pictured for himself, being as foolish as he was. So, the simple truth is, lost people that participate in persecution, I believe that they will be having a worse time in the lake of fire. Once they die and go to the lake of fire, it'll be worse for them, because they'll be persecuting the church. Saved people will be chased from the Lord for participating in this. They could even suffer the sin unto death. Raphael Cole has been so wicked for so many years. And it's like, personally, I just suspect that he might not even be saved. Because personally, I would expect more severe and obvious chastening if he was a child of God. Now, he's out here not knowing what the real gospel is. The teaching is salvation by prayer, so. And he's been out here being super wicked for many years, being a Bible teacher. So, personally, I suspect he could be a lost child of Satan. And if he would be without chastisement, then they bastards and not sons. So, yeah. It's pretty simple how I do my videos a lot of times. I just go live and then start talking, okay? A lot of times the reason I go live is because I've been hurt by the targeting or like things going on, and I feel like I have to fight back in the info world and make more videos, like expose to the deep state, talk about what's going on and things like this. And I might drift off into other areas. So, it's pretty simple. It's like I look at it a lot. like an or what was like how I do things if I analyze my own style. It's like I decide to go live. It's like I spend 8 hours being live on the internet, kind of like a job. It's like I need to go live and make videos. I go live, I'm on video, okay, and then there can be great work happening while I'm doing that. Because I show up, I go live, I hit go live, I stay live, and then now and then there's a great teaching video. Now and then there's a quality health fitness coaching video or something like this. So it's just putting in the hours, right? I show up, I go live, and I spend time live. And then there's course correction and micro adjustments and things like this over time, which has resulted in live streams being better now than at the beginning of my YouTube channel, just because I kept that into consistency. Once I started live streaming, I didn't stop. Do you understand? And once I started live streaming, I kept live streaming over time. Things have improved. Like the quality of the streams in other words. Speaking of which, I've been working with bad lighting. So God willing, I'll get my package within a week or so. I ordered light bulbs, okay, Edison light bulbs. Well, so I don't have to work with bad lighting and like no lighting since it is. I like to use Edison bulbs, only vintage light bulbs. I like fluorescent light tubes. I don't like LEDs and things like this. So. People need to believe the gospel so you don't have to burn it like a fire from eternity. Imagine that. Burnt pain is the worst type of pain. That's something that the Holy Spirit used in the conviction process when I got saved reading a Bible. I'm not joking. Like my personal experience of like being put on a conviction by the Holy Spirit, and I started to realize like warm up to the day that the hell is real, like a fire, and I'm going there. Are several things, like memories of burnt pain, for example. They'd be like, I'm starting to warm up, like something's telling me the lake of fire is real. Okay, and it's like, and I feel like I'm going there to fire forever after I die. And it'd be like, well, we should be like, and it's like, oh, that one time I burned my hand, it was really painful. But I guess it'd be like all over your body, that feeling all over your body, possibly worse than forever. See, like things like this was part of me being practical. Just it becoming real to me, like what I was heading for in eternity. So. Yeah. Sometimes they parade these wicked coward little gang stalks outside my balcony. And it's like, it's all fucking shows, it's like a ruse. It's like, anytime I confront one of these pussies in the supermarket and ask them to stop for the gamble or something like this, they always play innocent and deny it. Not like, yeah, bitch, what are you gonna do about it? See, I never got that response. It's like, no, I'm just here with my buddy or something. I'm not doing that. Okay, yeah. So now, when I'm on my balcony smoking 3 floors up, it'll take 90 seconds for me to get my boots on and start the CCTV stream. I don't leave my house without having a live security system going, and like everything else. There's like stat operacy. I don't leave my house without doing these things first, okay? So they know it'd be like 3 minutes later, I can be downstairs. So it's like they walk in a group. They're always acting tough in a group at a distance is my analysis, like the pattern. It's like the perp gang stalkers. Like when I'm sometimes in live streams, they send out somebody to like loud street theater, okay? It's like it's at the ground level and they have other people backing them up like Yellow Vest or something like this. They have other people backing them up. They're like, yeah, the guy is a cop or somebody, some old weirdo lady. And it's like she's 3 floors down, so, and it makes security. It's like they're always acting tough. The pattern is if they act like tough and unconcerned and like they're not worried, okay? Like they have the bravado to be like just abusing me
unprovoked and never did shit there because they're part of a fucking stalking murder cult that have been like paid me as Satan himself, and it's okay and justify Mike is a bad object. We can abuse him because he's not a human or some kind of stuff. Okay, so they act like that at a distance, but it's not the same thing. I can give you another example, a story. There was somebody that was working, the communal worker. So they have like people that had a job in Sweden to clean parks and pick trash and like trim trees, like government bushes, like government land. Okay, so that to trim the public spaces and pick up trash and things like this. Okay, and one of these people that you see, they go around picking up trash and wear like yellow high-vis clothing, was targeted for the gang stalking program. And she is a woman. She's one of those people I go out smoking. She gets told that they have like a loud fake conversation using trigger words, like basically like the target tactics. Okay. And like interact with other perps in the neighborhood to have like little skits. Okay, street theater it's called. When I'm out smoking my back and stuff like this. And after a while of that same person, I keep harassing me, menacing me, basically, like that. It's like they're working. It's like I'm live making a video, and they show up to abuse me with psychological abuse, and I don't like that. So eventually, it's like it gets to a point where I start getting livid and mad and ranting about it. It's like, oh, there's one of these people, and I won't be surprised if one of these people targeted me, put it like that. And then notice how it's like they've been acting like when I'm out on my back and smoking, this person is a fly monkey. They get told to do street theater skits and like abusive narcissistic dog abuse tactics. And then when I start like finally going from like super long suffering and to I'm starting to get mad about it and ranting about the person. Oh, he's one of these agents down there talking me or something like this. I guess they could tell that it's like, okay, he started to get mad at this person. So now they have like a weird thing happens after that. So it's like I'm going at the drop of a hat, see? Or it's like sometimes I stay ready when I'm ready to leave at the drop of a hat, okay? But like a lot of times it's like if my systems are not set up, I just like can take 90 seconds before I can leave my apartment. Okay. In the way that I want to. Okay. So it's like actually this like a checklist sort of stuff. So but sometimes it's like I'm ready to leave at any moment. I already have some lights going the same way. You just walk out, okay. So one of those times I kind of walk out without signaling in advance. It's like, oh, they have a securitas car standing next to that woman and a security company woman, like more support. So this woman has been working to abuse me and harass me in the neighborhood. It's okay. When I'm out smoking, she's downstairs doing talking skits. And I start like showing that I'm upset about it. It's like when I leave to go get something in the corner store, and she's got the job to be in this neighborhood working others, which means she's one of those people I might run into, see, because she's working here, close to where I live, see. So it's like, oh, when I leave, it's like, oh, it happens that it's a Securitas car with a woman to, it's just like standing there as I'm walking past. It's a security company. Okay, so I leave and I walk past, and when I return, come back, say, oh, this is Securitas car with a security woman is standing there talking to her. I guess it's some kind of more support, not a dog, but a woman. Okay. So some aspects of the targeting, the infuriating thing, is police and security companies can act as protecting criminals while breaking the law, say. The perversion of justice. I'm not joking. Part of the target can be, if you're targeted video, Sweden, America, I don't care. And people are breaking the law by abusing you. And it can be like the cops get told by the superior to be like, park in this neighborhood while people working for the government gang stalking program are doing things to abuse a person. And to make the people feel safe with breaking the law and abusing somebody, they have the cops parked in the neighborhood to be like, hey, yeah, the cops will be there and they're on your side ready to help you out, so to make them feel comfortable in targeting somebody. This is one of the most infuriating aspects of the targeting. Do you understand? That I've seen a lot of the strange things. Okay. So that can be part of targeting. It's like the perps targeting you. It's like the police and the security companies will be backing them up. Because it's the deep state, it's the Swedish government doing this too. Yeah, so I've had real assassination attempts, not like the fake Trump. It's a deep state shill. I've had real assassination attempts. I had permanent damage to my right leg from being shot with a dart gun. I didn't like that. So sometimes I see people asking for Alex Jones back. We want Alex Jones back in the wrong comment section. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Check the comments on your podcast. And a lot of times what I see if I check is like, we want Alex Jones back, okay? And like every time I see it, it kind of triggers me. It's like, if these people were on Mike SAHA live stream, they might not be there asking for Alex Jones back. Because they'd be like, oh, it's like that covers the need. It's a guy who's a conspiracy theorist ranting vividly like about the deep state and the evil agenda, okay, and how the system are targeting him. See, do you understand? It's the same thing, only real. Whereas he's like the system fake evil. So if these people find my channel, they might stop asking for insurance back. Part of targeting could be people being told to like dress up and wear clothing that they have some kind of symbol that's like a visual way to target you. And they can have themes for a second. You will notice a pattern where you live in a neighborhood target video, and you know that's like that person is an agent, that person is an agent, this person in that complex that these sometimes after I go out hit the smoke and it's like you know after a while living in the same neighborhood. It's like okay, there's gonna be some regulars that you know are perps part of the secret, like the government gang stalking network. And then you will notice that they start with a new theme. It could be like these people that you see when going outside in public frequently. It's like Ed Peer walking past your back and doing talking skits. It's like now they start as a pattern to wear clothes with a certain symbol. It could be anything like a monkey or something like this. It's like this person is a cyber, like a flying monkey, walks out. Oh, that's the person that keeps walking out when I go out to smoke a cigarette to get sent up by the handler. Okay, to make me feel stopped and fast. They're wearing a t-shirt with a monkey on it. Oh, yesterday I had a cyberstructure up in my chat saying you're a monkey and you should be thrown in the lake or something like that. Do you understand? And then it becomes like a theme. It's like a lot of times you go to the supermarket wherever you are, the flying monkeys will get told to like have a hat with a monkey on it or a cell phone cover with a monkey on it. And it becomes like just a symbol, something for you to notice, oh, this one is flying monkeys that are here to make me feel harassed. Just that detail. And then also other parts of the behavior, aspects of the behavior, will also be kind of confirmation that the part of the problem. Another way that, so this is not just harassment, it's physical targeting. Meaning one way they attack me physically is with chemical warfare. So after many years of targeting, I got a health problem and allergies. And after that, the program started using perfume and like other things that I have a sensitivity to like affect me negatively physically. So part of fighting tyranny is talking about how bad the tyranny is and like what they're doing. Okay, the Nazis are so bad, they're doing this to reduce it. So like this is what they do. Okay, that's like a big part of it. Just simply talk about what to do. So the satanic elite, deep state, they control Sweden from behind the scenes, they control America from behind the scenes. And you can count on them being puppets, okay? presidents are puppets. Trump's a puppet. Kamala Harris, Biden, the puppets. Macron, merde. Hum, el merde. Hum, le hum de merde. Okay. I'm like reaching into the language of my brain to figure out like kind of like this is I can use in French to talk about Macron. So I think home is the word for man in French and merde is for shit. Okay. So that, I guess that counts as trash talking Macron right there. Now I second guess myself. Is it L? No, that's Spanish. Okay. That's what it is. So yeah, I believe Macron is a deep state puppet. I believe Trump is a deep state puppet. I believe whoever is the prime minister of Sweden is a deep state puppet. Okay. I would like if the Swedish king would take back power and run the country right way. And go back to Sweden to be a border king. Now possibly he could have a son, like a prince. Now the Swedish king, the current king, the guy whose face is on the phone. That possibly that would be the solution. Or if he could, if the Swedish king can seize the reins and like take the country back, okay, and be like Carl the 12th, King Carl the 12th, and be like a warrior king. I mean, it'd be like boots on the ground. It'd be like, enough is enough. I need an army. It's like we're taking all these agents that have been working to target people for the persecution program. We put them in Saga tribunal or something like this. And then we're going to war with Russia. Okay, we go back to glory days of Sweden. So we're going to have a standing up with march to Russia together. Okay, you had the whole night with drummers and stuff. We're going to Russia. Okay, take back all the way, like recapture, take Norway and Finland. We still have like a score to settle with the guys who shot the king when they were besieging a castle, and he was inspecting the not moats. They were digging like siege trenches, and he was walking around inspecting it at night, maybe saying, "Oh, how's it going, guys? Like how's the tunnel going?" That is, and he got shot in the head. That's how the Swedish king perished. So possibly if the Swedish king could like tap into to like the veins of history and like channel and call the 12th and take the country back. Okay, and I could be one of his advisors. Okay, I could be one of his advisors, and I'd be consulting, not to cast enough of excellence, but to help him to build it kind of thing. So to be like that one. Like a think tank together, maybe an advice where here's what I think we need to do with Sweden. Now that's not how it works now. It used to be Sweden was run by the king and he was like the man in charge of the whole country. Now it's compartmentalized where they have the prime minister here and he's a puppet, and they have the White Storm, Rick Storm. They had people in there. Here's the thing. There's a reason why I didn't vote since 2018. Okay. And the reason is I didn't feel like it's something I need to do. Okay. Same reason. Here's the point. Yeah, it's like, it's not gonna get better. Okay, it's not gonna get better. It's not gonna get better. It's not gonna get better. So, well, I have good insurance. I go to heaven when I die. That's why I can have what might appear to the world as a fatalistic, or what's it called? What is the, it's like a term. Not fatalistic. Whatever. It's like I can have like a trip for the main town because I know where that's going to tell me. That's the source of my strength or system in good order. Like an ability to live without fear of death. It's like I know that it's possibly in the plot God is that I'm going to let Mike suffer a modest death, eventually die from it.
people. And they will be more stressed, even if they make it like an accident or something like this. If a Christian was persecuted until the state persecuting him causes demise in one way or another. So it's a point. I don't know like everything, but it's like I have the ability to detach myself. Meaning I don't. It's like I don't have to think about. I'm not locked into like consequence of fear. Okay, fear for looking for judgment because there's no judgment coming. Okay, so that is like I don't have to worry about. Well, if I make more videos going, hey, Illuminati, you're scumbags. Okay, I'm gonna tell the masses what I want to hear. But well, what if they makes me mad and try to kill me? Something like this. I don't have to be afraid of that. There might be some outcomes that I don't really like enjoy, entertaining and think about it, what could happen and go wrong and stuff like this. The point is I might have been free and that's a sort of humanity in of itself. And I have, thanks to God, I have the ability to not live in like chained to fear. Okay, I mean I don't go to go. I don't live in fear, and that's one of the things that makes it more dangerous to you as a Christian. Just that you can live without being afraid of dying. Okay. So, sometimes I get in a mood and I have a pattern session talking to God and I go, I'm kind of like, I'm going to strike. Okay, I'm done making videos. There's certain things I can feel like I possibly am up to be working to do certain things. Yeah, I'm done. I'm going to strike. I need to see you go to bat for me and give some severe consequences to like do the Bible church leadership. I think go on what some of these people have told me. Like enough is enough. I've had enough of working tirelessly here and getting attacked by so-called Christian leadership. It's like I'm upset about stuff. And I kind of go, kind of like, maybe I'd like go on a strike and stop making videos. And just go to making like videos that I like to do. And wait, and it's like if you want to get back to making videos, you have to like attack these people for me. Like you have to go to bat for me, and I need to see these people have some consequences for what they've been doing. So, it's up to God how he does things. So that be a little bit like Jonah, I guess. Was that he can have a sense where it's like I feel like God wants me to do this and stuff out here, but it's like I'm not always feeling like super hyped up about it. And now Jonah wasn't going through like intense persecution, but it was like a thing that God wanted him to do, and he wasn't always like hooray about it. Okay, and eventually I ended up getting back to doing the type of things that I feel like God wants me to do. But here's the point. I've been working so hard for so long for so little, and it's like I don't always. It's like I don't feel like I had to keep doing it. Okay, and nobody could say I didn't try. I've been out here for years, working to reach the body of Christ with the truth that they're lacking need and they're perishing for lack of this knowledge that I have. Okay, and they're getting sick and hospitalized and they're aging faster and they're gonna have a shorter life. And the temple of the Holy Ghost is hurting, taking damage from not knowing this, what I know, and have been working to reach them with teaching this. And it's like I have the freedom to just do what I want to do. Meaning, I feel like attacking people that have hurt me, like focusing on exposing everything going as a shield. And it's like I made the thing, just make videos work to expose the fakes that are going on. So I can do what I want. I have freedom. So I prefer restricting this freedom to safe. Like a meaningless comfort.
So I'm a persecuted Christian taught with a secret persecution book called Government Gang Psychotaught Videos. I've been taught for more than a decade. And what is it targeting? It's people being put up to target me, physically, psychologically, for a secret program. So the government recruits people to be secret agents to target me for the secret program. Kennedy had a speech about how the very word secrecy is repugnant in the freedom of society. We are as a nation opposed to secret oaths. That speech. Here's also how to operate with perception management. Because I'm a real man and a Christian warrior, and like the founding fathers, it's like when I see me get fed up with being tyrannized and abused by the government, the oppressive tyrants, and I get livid and I sound kind of violent in my temper. There'd be that type of perception that, oh, Mike is like a Muslim radical, stuff like this. No, I'm a Christian man, and I have the same spirit as the founding fathers. So you see me ranting in response to tyranny. Whereas the founding fathers, who were subjected to like 1% the severity of tyranny that I've been experiencing. And they took up arms to kill people, okay? See? And you celebrate these as with patriotism, they were great men, freedom, God-given human rights. And who were the founding fathers? People took up arms to kill oppressors. King George and his minions, flying monkeys. Based on what? Being targeted with, like, not having the freedom. We hold these to be self-evident. The man has been endowed by his creator with certain unalienable rights. See? So, me, I don't have the freedom to go on my balcony without little minions being sent out to abuse me and harass me. See? For a secret government program. I don't have the freedom to move around freely and go to a restaurant without being harassed or sprayed with chemicals. Or the government trying to make me have accidents. See? But the founding fathers didn't have that. Okay? They didn't have like, well, we can't go into the forest or King George coming here to beat us with clubs or spray lead water on us to poison us. And it's like they sneak into our houses when we're away, our cottages, and poison our food. Okay? And like, enough is enough, let's take our muskets and kill these people. No, it was a lot less than that, see? A lot less than that. And they're celebrated. But I'm a radical bad guy for feeling like a man from being abused to a level that's more than 10 times as worse as what the founding fathers did in terms of tyranny. Being, having a war waged on me, chemical warfare, my body being attacked, not be able to go, move around freely in society, like the government having agents attack my body and poison me and threaten me to get me in a cyclone and murder me, or then I can tamper with my mail and contaminate with things I'm allergic to, and it's like sick shit like this. Like threats of harm against me and loved ones and things like this. So, if that's the charge, it's like, Mike, you feel violent feelings while being tyrannized and abused. Yeah, that's correct, and I'm not ashamed of that. So the problem is people are barely real humans anymore. A real human man it shouldn't sit right with him to be tyrannized. And most people are like sleepwalking. Most people are just living their brute beast lives.
like the dog life. A dog feels good if it eats, scratches itself. Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. Critical Mass Mike on Rumble. CRITICALMIKE. Mass, okay. Like this. See if it's mirrored. It might be mirrored. Yes, okay, so I have to do like this. So here's my Rumble account. Okay, Critical Mass Mike. No spaces in between the words. 3 words, no spaces. Just like that. Critical Mass Mike. That's my Rumble account. So. In the old times when men were like me and hadn't been brain damaged by the deep state lifestyle that had been deceived like the average meeting system slave, where most people have a super low IQ and you can just tell them down, the opposite is switched on. I look at the average Christian leader and it's like that you can just tell them down. Okay, it's like a knock on the door. Back in the day, people used to be closer to being like a real human, like they should be. Where people used to be like me in those times, where they could quote the scriptures. For what's in the scriptures? It could be in a public space, people who were followers of Christ. But for what's in the scriptures? And they read the scriptures before, and they could remember the quote the verses. Okay. Whereas now people are so brain damaged that this is rare in a Christian. I know the Bible better than any pastor I see. I can teach sermons off the top of my head from memory, quote the scriptures. I can preach the gospel and quote 360 verses by memory, do so. Write it down, that's all the Bible says I do. He needs to have a book or something, a teleprompter, something like this. So it shouldn't be that rare. And people think that people in old times used to be dumb. No, people used to be more like me, or at a high level, where they would have a good memory, good pattern recognition, mental sharpness. And there's been a lot of work over the generations to weaken humanity. Whereas now you have the average like idiocracy person that's just mentally weak, physically out of sorts. And that's a problem, that there's no real men anymore. And quality leadership, me, has been kept in the body of Christ. And they've been working to target me and hide me from the body of Christ, and then implanted their own fake controlled leaders. And that's part of the problem. And then all they gotta do is have people like Brandon Holthouse be like, okay, you need to try to copy Mike a little bit more. Mike is doing this, he's making videos on Christian masculinity. You need to make videos on Christian masculinity at the family church. Mike is making videos about narcissists and psychopaths, and that the elites are like that. You need to make videos on that. You need to copy what this real man of God is doing. For real. Okay. And people like Tom Stegall, that has to be doing the job of protecting the body of Christ. That he's like an overseer, supposed to be. Protecting the bodies from actual bodily harm. When somebody out here is doing it, work to edify the body of Christ, protected from harm, he will work subtly like a snake to perception management and work to get his viewers to think, like to devalue, like that this guy is not what he actually is, okay? Really disgusting stuff.
I'm setting up a Rumble stream on my laptop in case I feel like doing the first Rumble exclusive stream for a while. Yeah, so I will do a Rumble exclusive stream. See what we get up to. And they were the deep state in the past to sell out shells like Andy Woods and Brandon hotels and their Bible because they're afraid that people watch the Rumble streams. Because they know I don't have to downgrade the court order streams by like withholding certain things, as I had to do on YouTube. So just listen to my live stream as an act of resistance to the deep state. No, you shouldn't just be listening, you should be absorbing what's being taught. Most people that are taught at this point, they wouldn't have survived what I survived. They wouldn't be alive at this point to make mistakes. That's one of the things that's part of being a therapist, having to deal with being taught with psychological warfare, narcissistic sacrifice abuse, narcissistic abuse at the highest level, government king stalking. One of the things I've had to do is to, like you deal with crazy making and people working to drive you mad. Surely pressure makes a white man mad, the Bible says. You can look at websites and explain depression. So this is how it works. Mike, you're an angry, bitter person. No, I'm being provoked with grievous words stirring up my anger. Okay. People are working to stir up my anger. Purposefully. Like go in there, fire Mike and write these words. It's supposed to make Mike angry. Okay. So these grievous words. And the Bible teaches surely oppression and be oppressed. Making a wise man mad. Not a fool. Not a simple man. No, a wise man. The website was inflamed with violent passions and rage. See? So the Bible says oppression makes a wise man mad. And I'm being oppressed and it drives me mad. So, anyway, I support going through this target. There's gonna be times where it gets to you and you make mistakes they wouldn't have made if you hadn't been targeted. So one of the things I've had to, well, one of the things that I came to the point was like, most people, maybe I had it all the time where I was being too hard on myself. I'd be like, oh, I cannot react in the wrong way to the target. And it's like a simple thing. It's like most people wouldn't have been alive at this point, having gone through what I've gone through last, to be able to make mistakes. Most people wouldn't be alive, even be alive, to be able to make mistakes if they're going through what I've gone through. See? Tom Seagal probably would survive 2 years for the time beginning the last two. Notice how Tom Seagal, the government, and Andy Woods, and Ben Hotels, and Rob Baker, the government didn't have to target them with intense harassment and physical attacks for 10 years to make them pathetically weak and effeminate and ugly and fucked up looking and like dumb and like mentally reeling and like super like weak, okay, inability and appearance and everything. No, that's what ended up being, just left alone nobody's working to weaken them or target them. They just end up being all kinds of messed up, see. Yes, I'm a target of Swedish state persecution. You see, I'm a free human being. I don't have to let people get away with abusing me. Now, as a Christian, I've been very long-suffering and patient and doing good to those that persecute me and blessing, not cursing. But I got to a point where I felt more like enough is enough, and I started being less soft in my response to what's happening. And I'm not, things have changed. Okay, there's a new season. And I don't know if it's 6 or 9 months ago, but it's been a change where I'm not, like it used to be, was like I go to the supermarket. Here's this gang stalking neighbor who keeps being sent to criminally harass me, okay? And it's the third time he shows up because I'm there, he gets sent there. And I'm like, hey guy, how you doing today, okay? So he gets sent there to make me feel bad for this program. I'm like, hey guy, how you doing, okay? See you around, okay? And it's like, at a certain point, it's got to a point now where it's like, I ignore him, he goes, hey, oh my God, just ignore him, okay? Or a few times maybe we're like, I don't want to talk to you, okay? See? So from like, hey guy, how you doing? And things like this. So it's gotten to a point where I have changed my ways, okay? My ways have been changed. And I'm not promising to be like as soft in my responses as I have been before. And I am a human being, made in the image of God, and God gave me certain rights that nobody has the right to take from me. And no government in this world has the right to take these freedoms from me. Okay, and if they do, they're in violation of what God has said. And I don't have to let people get away with abusing me. I don't have to tolerate people abusing me. I don't have to let people be fine monkeys and just tolerate that they get told to put on a certain outfit that's like a veiled threat when they're around me, and like communicate some kind of a narcissist. I don't have to tolerate fine monkeys talking with narcissistic dominance abuse tactics. Okay. And once these people cross lines is when they brought the war into my home. So it's like, if it was one thing, if it was bad enough, it was like, well, if I stay at home, there's two types of people. So people will be left alone and people that simply refuse to leave other people alone. So it'd be one thing if the targeting was like, well, the bridge they don't cross, it's like, if Michael stays at home, we leave him alone. But if he goes to the supermarket, we send our minions to harass him to find Michaels. But it got that point where they started targeting inside my home too. Okay. Now that's like a bridge. And simply, I don't have to accept, I don't have to tolerate being abused, okay? I have God given him the rights. I got a video pulled from YouTube years back. I think it was uploaded 2021. Here's the title of the video. Okay. The mark of the beast. Seaweed wax is not it. But the world is being prepared for mark of the beast implementation. That video got deleted by YouTube. And it's like a 44-minute video, so I'm not gonna. Here's what I said in the video because I'm not done, okay? Now they've changed on YouTube. Now it's part of the YouTube that is also infuriating is there's a 2-tier justice system where YouTube is like a legal system, like a micro legal system, where if you think about it, they're using a law framework on the platform. There's rules, terms of service, and then there's a decision to penalize you for breaking rules, okay? Whosoever sin is transgressed also the law, for sin is transgression of the law. So there's God's law, there's man's law. So they have like a rule, it's like can't do this, can't do this, can't do this, okay? And then it could be like you're charged, accused with you have broken the rule, okay, and then you're penalized by them forcefully taking your property, the video you made, okay, and take away your ability to upload stuff to the platform, okay, and it hurts like the investment that you put into the channel. So that's the point. Now, and then you can appeal it. See? It's like you have broken the rules, okay? YouTube goes, you've broken the rules, deleting the video, and there's some penalties where you suffer the loss of a video, the ability to stream on the platform, okay? And if you're a person making money, you're losing money too. And if a person works to get the channel to the point where you could be making money and make a living from YouTube, it's hurting your ability to get to that point, okay? So that was the point. So they have rules, you break it, okay, here's a punishment, and then you can appeal it, okay? So it's basically like a aquarium micro legal system that you have. Now, if you set up a rule system, and it's like the opposite of how God intends rules to be, you're gonna create chaos and entropy and just all kinds of stuff. That's the thing too. Another thing that is really infuriating is I've been like a second-class citizen of YouTube, where it's like other people that have major platforms, I see them say something in a podcast. Let's say it's like something that Theo Warren, I guess, says. Okay. And it's not like, oh, well, if anything, I should be able to get away with more things than major ones. Because if you would argue for it's like, well, Joe Rogan's guest could say this on his podcast, but if you say the same thing, being Mike Sauer, 2K sub for 3, you're not allowed to say it on YouTube. But Joe Rogan is rich and famous, can have people say the same thing on his podcast in the YouTube video, okay? And it'd be like, well, how do we argue for that? We go, well, you can't go, well, it's like, if it was the opposite, where it's like small YouTubers like me got away with it, but big ones like Joe Rogan didn't. You could see how that would check out a lot. It'd be like, well, there's millions of YouTube channels. And like small ones that don't have big audience, maybe YouTube is not really paying a lot of attention to them. But if somebody that has a huge platform, that's something the YouTube's like, this is bad for people to see in a video. Somebody say it or something like this. It'd be like more of a problem the bigger the platform is. And not like, well, people that have no audience get super hard treated by YouTube. And people that have a huge audience, they can get away with doing the same thing. So it's like, it's the opposite. So it's unfairness for extra emotional damage. I saw a video, like some Asian amateur comics, something like this. And they will make like skits about Asian parenting. Okay. And it would be like here's the Asian parenting with unfairness for extra emotional damage. Okay. There's like Asian people punishment or something. There's Asian parent punishment. There's some of that kind of like stereotype humor can be pretty funny. Okay. What's like stereotypes? It's like Chinese parents talk about their childhood. And when I was a child, it's like, or something like this. And I'm not joking, I've had some experience with like Chinese people, like the Chinese culture. My ex-girlfriend was Chinese. So I had some experience with the culture and heard stories. So here's the point. It's like, here's how Chinese parents can be. Where it's like they're sitting and eating, and they'd be like, your cousin, you got a B plus on your grades. Your cousin in China has all A's, and they can play the violin, and they're gonna be a doctor, okay? And they're studying rocket science or something like this. The other says it's like, oh, it's like comparing to like their cousins, something like this. And you're never up to par, okay? So if you get straight A's, it's like, yeah, well, your cousin in China has all straight A's, and they play the violin on stage for people, okay, on top of it. That's important. Joe Rogan is a shit, I understand. And I'm gonna make videos if I feel like it. Okay. Now his shield laws is work to protect him on YouTube. I also noticed that because it's like they don't like my time making videos exposing shields. So it'd be like if I make a video being shadow banned, I make a video like uh, John Q Public left a comment on my YouTube channel exposed. Okay, let's say I'll be like get 12 views in 24 hours, and then next day I'll do a video. Joe Rogan exposed for shilling for this. Okay, and it's like 6 views in 24 hours, which something's not right here because he's a celebrity. So if anything, making an exposed video on a celebrity should get more views than a name that nobody's searching. Okay, see, and there's gonna be a lot of people searching Joe Rogan in 24 hours on YouTube, and quite a lot of people searching Joe Rogan exposed. It's like the same thing that my title is. Okay, it doesn't make sense. It's like the bigger the less views I get, because the system is protecting the sales, and they're working to get me to not reach an audience. See, that's how it works. But yeah, I don't have to let people abuse me, okay, flying monkeys. I don't have to accept that. I don't have to let people get away with targeting me. I don't have to accept, I don't have to tolerate people being flying monkeys and targeting me. I have a wrong with this gym ready to go. I had a missed call, so I called the person back. They might be unavailable. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna have to watch this. I have the Rumble Studio backstage open and ready to go live. Because like everything is prepped in case I want to go live with Rumble. I just have to click the go live button. And we'll see if and when I do. And if and when I do, we'll see what I get into. Okay, I just like to, even if I don't like decide to make the video or something, I can holding back on making on YouTube, like talk about the market of beast or something. It's still just free you, like if you go live or be live on Rumble. So basically what I do, it's not like high production and like I don't have a script, I don't prepare or plan what I'm gonna say or do. Like I go live and then I stay live and then whatever ends up happen. Yeah. Now being on Rumble is the same format of Rumble. It's better because just being live, it's like if I in the middle of being live, like let's get into this topic. It's not YouTube. It's like oh yeah, I can't. Okay, YouTube is sensitive to this topic. I'll make this coffee here. St. John's with coffee. Super strength coffee. So how I like to make my coffee, I make it super strength. So the cup of coffee that I just made has 200 milligrams of caffeine at least. And St. John's wort. So I brew St. John's wort tea. And then pour the tea water into a cup of instant coffee powder. But it's like, yeah, I'm not told about YouTube or anything. I do an IRL stream on my birthday, coming home. And it's pretty much like my live, breaking my fast, live omelet meal, cooking or eating streams. Where it's IRL stream, and it's like, okay, time to take my supplements and drink my protein shake. It's like, here's what in the protein shake, here's the supplements I'm taking. And YouTube removed the video. Give me a fake strike. Sale of regulated goods or drug use or something like this. For taking supplements on camera, drinking protein shake. Meanwhile, I look at Joey Cocodia's recent video, and it's like, I used to have all these health problems, and then it's like a sponsor ad read. I started taking this supplement that he's like selling. Okay, see, he's got a sponsorship. It fixed this health problem. Do you understand? That meanwhile, people like Joe Cocodias can make videos where it's like, I used to have this health problem. I started taking this supplement, which I'm selling, okay? And it had this health effect, see? So it's like he's not getting sale of regulated goods or drug use or promotion on them, okay? But if I go live doing a restaurant on my birthday, take supplements, you can protein shake on camera, I get a fake strike. Is it really ridiculous? A lot of times streams like this, most commenters are flying monkeys sent there to harass me by the deep state. Cyberstalkers. It feels good to turn off the chat. I'm gonna keep doing that. No more open chat. I've been streaming live with the chat open for a while. I got fed up with that again. Send this cyberstalker flying monkeys into my chat to sabotage what I'm doing, because left on one device end up making great content. So we had to work to sabotage the streams with our perception management games and psychological warfare in the chat. This is quite pathetic. And then also a lot of people are not agents are toxic. I gotta finish up. Keep an eye on my Rumble channel. I might go live on Rumble, but it's 30 minutes or so. Rumble only, which means it won't be on YouTube. That's right.